the October 1st, 2024 meetings of the Lower Merion Board of Commissioners. We have 5 meetings this evening: a Building and Planning Committee meeting, a Police Committee meeting, a Public Works Committee meeting, Finance Committee, and a special Board of Commissioners meeting. Now, before we start, please silence your cell phones. There is amplifying equipment available for those who are having difficulty hearing during the meeting. It's up here by the Township Secretary. The room is also equipped with telecoil technology. And later, when the room is open for public comment, it is a practice of the board that comment is first taken by those who are physically present in the room. Then we turn to comment from people who are attending virtually. We ask that you introduce yourself before making comment if you're in the room. We're going to ask you to speak from this podium. So with that, we're going to turn to the first committee meeting for this evening. It's the Building and Planning Committee. I recognize its chair, Commissioner Curtis.
Thank you, President Simon. So we have one item on the Building and Planning Committee tonight. That is the presentation of the Schauffele Plaza plan. So before we begin, I'm just going to outline for those present and those who might be watching how we're going to proceed tonight. First, we're going to hear a presentation by our township staff and our consultant. We're then going to open it up for any what I would consider high priority questions by commissioners for the consultant or staff. We will then move to public comment and hear from whoever would like to speak here or online. We'll then move to commissioner discussion, questions, and discussion about the plan. Let me say first that we are not intending on taking a vote tonight on this plan. This plan is to hear the presentation, hear public comments, and engage in some discussion amongst the board. So with that, first, we want to kick things off.
Yes, thank you. Now that you're not able to see my presentation.
Yeah, there is something going on. I see LD is trying to correct it.
Okay, well, I can give you a little bit of a verbal introduction to the project. As many of you are aware, the 2023 Ardmore Master Plan had included a number of recommendations from community input that sought the implementation of a civic space in Ardmore, including the SWOT analysis that was done throughout the community engagement process. That recommendation was carried over to an implementation plan and identified as a near-term implementation. In November of 2023, staff had selected Omni's Studio to as a consultant for the design of the space. And in January, we started that design process, January 2024. The process included 3 different phases. The first phase was really trying to understand what the community wanted to see in that park space and how that park space could benefit both the residential community and the business community and improve Ardmore based on the recommendations of the Ardmore Master Plan. With the community input, the designers then came up with 3 different concepts for their project. Those concepts were further refined, and the consultant team is here tonight to present them. One thing I'm going to talk a little bit about before the consultant team is asked to come up and speak about the design is parking. Because parking was the primary comment that we heard throughout the process, how to manage parking. And throughout this process, staff has had the benefit of better understanding some issues around parking in Ardmore. And through that process, we have worked with parking services to inventory the existing parking supply in Ardmore. We have done some additional work looking at parking surveys that the business community has produced, as well as the master plan recommendations for parking. And we have had the benefit of parking utilization counts that the parking services have done in 2024 to kind of understand not only what do we have, but how can we better utilize it based on the community concerns that we've heard. We have developed what we're calling a parking report, and that includes a number of different strategies
that can be implemented and considered by parking services to improve the utilization of parking in Ardmore. Ardmore is really lucky to have a good parking supply. I believe there's 843 public parking spaces that serve the commercial district of Ardmore. And so we are working closely with parking services to better understand how we can improve access and increase utilization in some of the parking areas where we know that there is that are being underutilized. As I said, with the 2023 master plan, this was an outcome and a recommendation included in that plan. The plan even included a variety of different concepts that spoke to this and included some really great recommendations that we have folded in and were the initial direction that we were given to our design consultant. I think one of the other things I wanted just to touch upon a little bit here is that this idea of including a civic space in Ardmore, while it was included in the 2023 master plan, it was also an idea that's been around for a while. It was included in the 2005 Ardmore revitalization plan. Here's an image down here to the top left here, which includes the park space. And you can see on the front of the project plan, this little tiny green space right here. That's Schauffele Plaza, as imagined in 2005. I personally think the design that our design team has come up with is much improved on that. And I also want to point out that we have some precedent for this in our community. We have the development at Suburban Square, which none of us probably were around to have remembered it this way, but the wonderful courtyard that Suburban Square has and the community has come to love was originally a parking lot and provided access through the site. There's an image of that right here. And then right below, you can see how it's really grown into become a beloved community gathering space. And some of that served as inspiration as we moved forward through this design process. So with that, I am going to hand it off to our design team.
Thank you. And thank you for dealing with the kerfuffle here. I'm so happy to actually be here presenting the design. This has been such a long time coming. And I just want to thank all of the community. They've been so integral with all of their feedback. Chris and Jillian, the planning team, have been incredible. And I think Schauffele Plaza, it really is in such a setting that Ardmore has a lot of enviable aspects. So historic architecture, thriving businesses, a beautiful downtown. And so, that and walkability, I don't think we could have asked for a better context for this park. I'm going to start just talking about the existing conditions. So Schauffele Plaza, as it is right now, is almost like a little postage stamp. It does have some shade. It has a bus shelter, a little bit of planting, and the real opportunity behind it is the 72 spot lot. So there is about a 5-foot drop from the north to the south as you reach Cricket Terrace. As we know, Lancaster Avenue is really quite busy. Cricket Terrace, as it goes through, is a little bit more calm. And I think that and the triangle lot we're seeing as a real opportunity within the design that we can leverage here. So I'm going to talk about a lot of the streetscape strategies that we had.
Thank you. All right, so this slide here, we wanted to start by just outlining some of the existing conditions on site with the existing parking spaces. So we have the 5 parking spaces by Bella Italia. There's 72 spaces in the main parking lot area, 15 spaces along Cricket Terrace, and then 20 in that triangular shaped parking lot. The other thing to note on this slide is the road widths that go across. So it's probably a little hard for you guys to see the sizes out there, but on the left-hand side of the screen, we're at roughly 24 feet across. So that's 2 standard width roads. Maybe just lean in a little.
You can take it out a little bit. Yeah, there you go.
Is that better? Okay, I can hold it. All right, so as you get further to the right across the screen there, you'll notice that the Cricket Terrace gets even wider and it starts to expand, which is partially to accommodate for parking on either side of the street, but the lanes themselves also get a good bit wider as well. So it starts to kind of fan out, which has a couple effects on traffic flow. So it makes people tend to go a little bit faster down the street. And it also just feels like it's a more car-oriented space. So the sidewalks also are fairly narrow in the existing condition, and you can see the 3 images on the top right of the screen show what some of those existing conditions look like. You've got the mostly car-focused areas with narrow sidewalks, not really any street trees, and some lighting, but not necessarily a consistent rhythm across the site. So I'll go to the next slide. Okay, so this slide here, we wanted to talk to the range of studies that we took a look at. So in the early phases of the design, we wanted to try to study just about every combination that we could come up with and every possible option, because we really wanted to try to find a way to maximize the parking on site while also maximizing the park space, because we really wanted to just balance those 2 pieces so that we can meet the goals of what everyone has for this site. So this is a sampling of some of the different options that we studied, looking at different schemes for Cricket Terrace and different ways that that could be reconfigured, looking at the actual circulation framework around the edges of the park, and then starting to stitch all those pieces together into a series of options with varying levels of park space and parking space. And then finally, at the very bottom, you'll see the final scheme that we landed on, which we think balances everyone's needs, hopefully, pretty well. All right, so this slide here, I'll start to go into a little bit more detail about what we've put together. So starting on the bottom of the page here, you can see Cricket Terrace. One of the big things that we did was actually give Cricket Terrace a bit of a road diet. So we took a couple of feet off from each of the road lanes. You can actually reduce those 12-foot drive lanes down to about 9 feet wide when there's no on-street parking. So on the left-hand side of the screen, those are 2 9-foot drive lanes. And the extra space that was previously in the road has now been allocated towards the sidewalk, which gives us this really beautiful ribbon of street or of sidewalk that can then continue all the way along the length of Cricket Terrace. Further along to the right, where you do start to have on-street parking, the minimum that we could go is down to 10 feet wide. So we did go down to 10 feet just to help slow the traffic, but still have on-street parking. And so you have this really lovely condition where we have continuous sidewalk that runs along, which makes the pedestrian feel safer. And then there's also enough space to actually have an amenity strip run through as well. So within that amenity strip, you can start to add your street trees and light poles, litter bins, bike racks, all your different streetscape amenities. And it makes it feel like a really intentional streetscape and just a really nice pedestrian experience. So it's a little bit less focused on the car and more focused on people while still supporting all of that traffic that needs to flow through. The other thing that we've done is over to the right-hand side where you see the Cricket Terrace label. We actually took the center line of Cricket Terrace and shifted it a little bit further north and took that extra road width that was previously there and reallocated it towards that triangular shaped parking lot. And that ended up allowing us to increase from 20 existing spaces in that lot up to 30 spaces. So we were really excited about the potential to sort of grow some of the existing parking lots, which would allow us to then reallocate some of the other areas towards park space instead. The other thing to look at here is Trolley Way. So that's on the left-hand side of the main park space there. And what we really wanted to do here is make sure that we maintained that through traffic so that people could continue to connect through from Lancaster Avenue down towards Cricket Terrace. But we also wanted to make it feel like it was part of the park space. So what that means is we left the curbs on the left-hand side of the street for some existing drainage patterns that had to remain, but we eliminated the curbs on the right-hand side. So it makes the terrace or Cricket, sorry, makes Trolley Way feel like it is actually part of Schauffele Plaza. So in the event that you wanted to close down part of Trolley Way and do like a special event or a festival, you can have people start to fill out between all of those spaces and no one has to worry about tripping over a curb when they walk from one area to the other. So some of the other things that we've done along the bottom side of Trolley Way, the lower half there, there's also on-street parking on both sides of the street. And that's actually sized so that it can accommodate your 10 by 10 market tents when you do want to do special events. And then we also have this same rhythm of street trees and light poles, which helps to differentiate between the street and the park. Along with a change in paving. So Trolley Way is also imagined to have this sort of cobblestone paving, which makes it a really special experience, but it also makes cars go a little bit slower because it's got a little bit of a rumble to it. And then the other thing to note here is on the top portion of Trolley Way, we have maintained those 5 parking spaces by Bella Italia. They have swung out to the right a little bit, and that is mostly so that we could get a little bit of a wider sidewalk through there so that there can still be on-street dining, but there's also enough space to walk past and have a couple street trees and light poles just to give you that really nice rhythm. And I think with that, I will pass it back to Laura to get into the details of the street or of the park space.
Yeah. And I mean, Emily said it, that Trolleyway does have a lot of parking in it, but that is also envisioned as short-term parking. So that's going to help a lot with nearby businesses, getting people in and out. So there's so much inspiration to go from in Ardmore. I think the historic trolley really served as a huge part of inspiration. But when we started looking into Ardmore, formerly being named Athensville, it started to evoke a lot of formal imagery. And we did find a lot of writing about some of the native plants that used to actually be on this block. So things like magnolia and birch, it really just harkens to like this very soft native landscape. And so the idea of taking a parking lot and making it very lush, it just sort of naturally lent itself to the surrounding landscape. So here we have the plaza. And I think I'm going to use the plan to talk about the structure of the park. And the next rendering that we have really tells the story in a little bit more of an illustrative way. So Trolley Way really is that great armature. It works day to day for parking, but also it's just great for any kind of markets and events that you're going to have over time. And if we go from the top at Lancaster Avenue, you see this green block here. It looks almost like lawn, but this is actually the green roof over a central archway. And so this is actually the bus shelter and a threshold archway that separates us from the very busy traffic of Lancaster Avenue. And it puts you into this more calm threshold of the park. So this is the first part of the park. This is an open plaza space. You can see that it has this beautiful canopy. There's lighting, there's gardens underneath here. And we have really simple movable tables and chairs so that it's flexible. We kept hearing from people that they wanted different types of places to sit. And there is a really important axial relationship when you come through that threshold. It draws you to this refreshment kiosk. So this centerpiece is really all about refreshments, dining, being outside in the sunshine. It's a really lovely space. And when you are there, there is that axial relationship again that draws you further through the park, takes you to this main third space, which really is the heart of the park. This is a central lawn. It's surrounded by gardens. We have some seating nooks in here. There is a little bit of seating that overlooks this pavilion space for performances. And again, this is a little bit of a larger canopy, so you have this lushness above you. There's the sense of lighting and enclosure. And then the pavilion space, this is kind of nestled within the final space at the very bottom of the park. So I had talked about earlier that 5 foot of drop, gravity will naturally bring water to this space. So this is our sustainability move on site. But what we did was to make it a lot more of a social space too. So you can see in here, there is a boardwalk that goes through the rain garden. This can be really an educational piece. People can traipse through here. We do have handrails for, the rainy days when this fills up. There are some boulders where we can imagine, people and children interacting with some of the native plants. And there is some natural boulder seating on this edge. And also at this edge where it flares open, there's a little bit more of a welcome opening. These are 2 ramps that take you up to the central lawn area. So the entirety of the plaza is ADA accessible, which is a really great asset. There's only 2 points where we have stairs. So they're just north of Tired Hands and then stairs right here. But they're very slight. It's only about a 2-foot step up. So you'll have like visual continuity and everything, but it does help to really fix those grades that are sort of warping the site currently. You can see Trolley Way here. This has market tents. So this is like the most active day. This is going to be a wonderful place for everybody to celebrate. These are 10 by 10 tents, so you can notice for scale. People can still pass through here. And you can see also really strongly, we have this corridor and then also this corridor here, which is a 12-foot walkway. So even if there are events happening, people can go through here. You have that visual connection. It's going to feel safe at nighttime. And that was a really important part of the project. You can also start to see some of the shape of the arches, which I'll show you in a beautiful rendering in a little bit. But what we tried to do was create a diversity of different spaces, hierarchy of different seating. And overall, we were hearing from people that they wanted something that feels so lush, so beautiful, and it's a respite from all of the downtown. So I hope that you're seeing that in here, that this is the most green option. And throughout our community engagement, people are gravitating toward that. So this is the entry point. So when you walk through Schauffele Plaza from Lancaster Avenue, this is really that threshold that lets you step in and feel like you are in a safe part of the plaza. So you sort of leave the busyness of traffic behind you. We striped these in the front. These are actually short-term parking spaces. So these are going to be really great for deliveries, grab and go, Uber, things like that. So rideshare, you can also wait within these bus stop zones. So these are integrated seating under here. We did want to keep glass for visibility so that this feels very open and not like an imposing architectural moment. And also this is going to integrate signage in here eventually for the bus station. This space, you can see it has such a clear view. It draws you right to the refreshment area, and there's all this different activity that's happening. We do have these overhead catenary lights, which are a little bit sculptural, that also draw you through, and they're going to be very beautiful at nighttime. So we're envisioning this space to be something that functions day and night. With the refreshment kiosk within the steering committee, we talked about this as something that could be, maybe it's an operator, a single operator who already has a restaurant downtown who wants to have something as an outpost. This could also be a collaboration in between different businesses coming together. So this could be like a really cool place for collaborations, pop-ups, markets, something a little bit unexpected. You can't quite see it in this view, but there is a high back bench over here. This is for dining. And then we also have this other space under the umbrellas, which is intended for dining. So the umbrellas are actually anchored into the paving. They go up and down really easily. This is like very easily maintainable urban furniture. And in the foreground here, we have just the beauty of this lawn space. And in our minds, you know, we're wanting to plant this with crocus so that in the springtime, you have this sort of bounty of beautiful flowers. And throughout the season, we're thinking about all sorts of native plants that you could utilize. So these are very lush, well-maintained gardens. In this view here, this is the performance pavilion. So there is an integral bench within here. You can use this day to day. This could be a great place to read a book, to spend time in the shade, but also when you do have your larger performances, bands can set up in here. They can have power outlets, and this is a shaded area. And this was actually something that came, you know, as a discussion with the community. They didn't necessarily want a large formal stage. They wanted something that felt more park-like with a gazebo. This is our rain garden area. So you can see this beautiful boardwalk that passes through here. And it's really this ephemeral landscape. You know, it will have its rainy days. You can have kids splashing around in the boulders if their parents will allow them to. And really, you can see this is the place where this is going to be a lot of lush native plants. We want it to change throughout the season. And we also want it to be a frame for the stage and an entry for the park. For sustainability, this is something that we've been talking about. And part of the sustainability of the park is actually what makes the park iconic. So we're looking at this Sustainable Sites Initiative, which if you're not familiar, it's basically landscape's answer to LEED. And we think that we can achieve almost all of the points on here that we have marked. The red are the ones that we know we can, and the orange are potential credits that we're looking at. For furnishings, we have a lot of different custom and off-shelf furnishings in here. This was one that we custom designed. I don't know, Emily, if you want to talk about the art piece in here, it's really interesting.
Sure, yeah. So we thought this idea of having a sort of nook-shaped bench would be really nice in the space because you oftentimes see like a linear bench that, you know, you can sit there, but like maybe just if one person's sitting there, someone else isn't going to want to sit beside them. And if it's a group of people, you can't really converse well with each other. So this idea of the nook bench kind of works well for both of those situations because we have these little dot-shaped tables that are interspersed throughout. So one person could come and sit on one end and a stranger could sit on the other end and you both feel comfortable sitting in the same space. But at the same time, if you had a group of like 8 people, you could all sit down in the same space together and really have like this little outdoor couch type moment where you're just sitting around gathering together. And we thought it would be really cool to sort of treat these benches as little sculpture moments within the park. So the underside of the bench we're imagining could potentially be an opportunity for doing like an artistic tile work. So similar to the Mercer tiles or like subway tiles that you see in subway stations where you have these really beautiful mosaics. And potentially we thought it could be cool if you did like a sort of floral aspect and maybe each bench has a different type of flower or a theme to it that kind of ripples throughout the space, but creates this little tiny pop of art within a functional element of the space.
So if you could just run through the rest of it a little quickly, because we're almost at about 20 minutes.
All right. I have already talked about the arch. Signage and wayfinding, I won't point out in the plan, but we do have entry signage, informational signage. We've also talked about kiosks downtown that could lead to websites and businesses downtown. There's also wayfinding signage, which is going to be especially helpful when we're looking at the parking, and interpretive signage by the rain garden. That's the plan for that. And then overall, we are also thinking about lighting design. So making this a landscape that feels very activated 24/7, but we're also thinking about dark sky and making this very comfortable for the neighbors too. So this is a consideration that has been in the park. For phasing, one of the things we have talked about is phase 1, Cricket Terrace, including the triangle lot, and perhaps starting with that. I know Jillian and Chris are already looking at grant funding potential for this. What this would do would to create the framework where neighbors could actually come in and have good circulation. And then phase 2, you could come in and do Trolley Way. Ideally, that would be done at the same time as the plaza. And the west part of Cricket Terrace is a little less consequential. That could be done as a final phase. And I think we'll end on this rendering because this really is one of the easier ones to talk to and to visualize. I think this brings things to life. And I also want to just thank, there were so many business owners who were part of the steering committee who did give us some great ideas of how this could be used for different festivals and events. We even have, there's a little Christmas tree at the corner here, which was specially requested. So I think we had a great group that really infused a lot of wonderful ideas in the plaza.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that you gave a lot of information in a quick period of time. I would note that the presentation is available online. There may be copies outside also outside the door, but it's available online for anyone in the public who wants to see it. So with that, if there's going to be a full opportunity for commissioner questions, comments a little later, but I said I would give commissioners an opportunity. If there are any urgent questions, you can ask them now. Otherwise, we'll move to public comment. Commissioner Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know whether this is going to come later or if there's an opportunity to, and this may be for the department of folks in planning, is a detailed piece about the parking piece. As you know, this is a major piece of concern across the board. And I didn't know whether you were prepared to go into some details about that, or is that something that would come later?
Yeah, sorry.
We're happy to talk about parking. I think that's going to be a topic that's definitely the public is going to want to talk about tonight. I don't know exactly what information you're looking for, but I'm happy to answer.
I know this, I didn't know, I guess I didn't, I apologize if I'm putting you on the spot.
No,
I
you're not.
know that one of the concerns from business community is the parking.
Yeah.
And I know that we've had some meetings about it, and I didn't know whether you, Mr. Adams, or other members of the staff wanted to have a proactive conversation of it or reactive after we hear from the public. So, and I was not asking you to do either one. What is it? I leave that to your discretion, what you think is best.
So I will just give an overview. And I think if we haven't explicitly said it, I think a big concern going into this process was the loss of the entire parking lot. There's 72 spaces in the parking lot in Schauffele Plaza. I believe 112 when you consider the lower Cricket Terrace lot. And we were able to retain 50% of that parking, which we felt was a good compromise working through the different frameworks. So this plan does maintain 50% of the parking while giving while including a fairly dynamic park space. And one thing I want to point out that maybe is getting a little bit lost with all these beautiful renderings is the on-street parking that is associated with Cricket Terrace. There is about 20 to 25 spaces located along that trolley-way. And one of the strategies that we've talked about understanding people's concerns about the loss of parking is really the convenience parking and that grab and go parking that really serves a lot of the businesses there. People that are employees that park in the Schauffele parking lot or people that want to park longer term, we are so lucky to have a parking garage, which is just a 2-minute walk from this site. And it has, from what we've seen, has been underutilized currently. So there is that convenience parking that would serve the community members that are looking for that grab and go parking space, including a 30-minute time limit on some of those spaces would really make sure that you're getting a lot of turnover in those spaces, ensuring that there is not meter feeding, utilizing Park Mobile to restrict people re-upping their parking. Those are all some of the strategies that we've talked about to make sure that these remain convenient spaces.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I could just add.
Yeah, just go ahead first.
Just one thing. Just wanted to bring to the board's attention that this issue of parking was actually started years ago with the original Ardmore master plan, where the garage was put in place. So the garage was put in place to create an excess of parking to allow projects like this to happen in Ardmore. So that was done previously by the community. And also at that time, the township created a Department of Parking Services to better manage parking. So now the township's equipped to be able to act nimbly, to be able to work with the community on things to better manage parking. Working on hours, designating areas for employees and such. We've put together a draft parking plan. It's now on the website. All the board has it tonight. I have a few copies here to hand out to the public. It's those strategies. And one thing that we'll say is that that was done in conjunction with the park plan itself. Going forward, staff is committed to continuing to work with the business community, residents, anybody who's using parking in Ardmore to be able to implement and explore these strategies that we have. The parking report clearly identifies all of the different parking lots in the district, shows how they're used during different times of day.
I think it's aerial screen. That's right.
But it shows all the different parking lots, where they are, when they're being used, so we can better manage that parking. So if there's areas that are of the district that aren't being used and that you need employees to be able to park for 6 to 8 hours, why not be able to put the employees in those areas to free up the short-term parking spaces here? Because what the goal of this is to revitalize and to really energize Ardmore. This is the thing that we really want to put a real shot into Ardmore and create a lot more traffic, a lot more turnover, and just a great place for people to be able to come. So we're committed to working on parking. We know that this thing goes forward. Even if the board tomorrow says, go build it, it's not going to go into ground for at least 18 to 24 months. And in that time, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in conjunction with the community to continue to work on that. Make sure we get the signage in place, make sure we get those parking policies in place.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Zeloff.
Thanks, Commissioner Grimes. I think Commissioner Stevenson's asking exactly the question that needs to be clearly defined as we hear from the public. So, and this is probably for Chris, this project is possible because it has a large new parking garage that's half a block away.
Correct.
And we've been told that ever since it opened, it's been significantly underutilized. Can you put some numbers to that? How big's the garage and what's its average usage?
Julian has these at the tip of her fingers. Very
There's 184 parking spaces in the parking garage, and there's additional spaces located adjacent to the garage on that site. The parking counts that were recently done by Parking Services put the utilization at between 30 and 40%. Those were done in March. They were done at 12, 3, and 6 on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. So that has been consistent. That's also been consistent from the numbers that we saw with the 2023 Ardmore Master Plan, although those were just daytime numbers taken from Park Mobile, although we've seen consistency through the data.
Great, thanks very much, Jillian. I think that's very helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Burns.
Anyone else, any other commissioners before we go to public comment? Okay, I see none. So we're now going to start the public comment portion of the program. Let me just explain how this works. If you would like to make comment, we ask that you come up to the podium right there, that's opposite the one that's being used right now. We ask that you start by stating your name and the neighborhood that you live in the township. You then about 3 minutes to state anything that you would like to talk about with respect to this plan. We do ask that you keep to about 3 minutes. If you are a representative of a recognized community organization, speaking on behalf of that organization, we're likely to give you a little more time, but out of respect for everybody here who might want to talk, we ask that you respect the time limits. So when the first, if you have a question, you can ask your question and keep going. It's our policy to answer the questions at the end of public comment, unless it's something that's that I deem particularly appropriate to talk about when it's asked. But so if you have questions, you can ask your questions, but don't expect an answer right when you're up speaking. So with that, if someone would like to come up at the podium, there's no need for people to sit in their seats until that person's done. If you'd like to speak, it'll go a little faster if 1 or 2 people want to wait behind this gentleman. So, sir, the floor is
My
yours.
name is Stephen Galon. I grew up in Ardmore from birth, 2 blocks away. We've had a business in Ardmore since 1933. I've been running our business and real estate since 1965. I've been in this town every day of my life for 81 years. And there's just a few things I want to say. I'll be brief. First of all, by calling it Schauffele Plaza, which everybody who's been in Ardmore knows Schauffele Plaza is just that little piece in the front, nobody in the business community really thought that the parking was at risk or this plan was so big. So that's a little underhanded, and I think that's why you haven't had any pushback from the people who are in the commercial district. Now, having said that, I've been to every meeting that I've ever could be at since 1965, helping Ardmore, the commercial district. And the #1 topic of conversation at every meeting, every time, no matter what the agenda is parking in Ardmore. It's a commercial district that was built from 1870 onward. It was laid out 150 years ago. We need parking desperately. We've always needed parking desperately. At one point in time, I don't know how many of you remember, Ardmore was an area in need of redevelopment by federal standards. It was a slum. It was really, really bad. We've been working and working and working and trying to make it better, but we still need parking. I can't say that enough. We still need parking. It's a commercial district. We have 150 some odd stores. There's only 1 parking lot in Ardmore that's visible. And visible is as important as the parking because everybody in this township drives a car and they all go shopping. And when they go shopping, they want to get a sense that there's a chance that they could park their car. So it's very, very important that it's visible, which is tangentially why That lot is supposedly underused. And also just talking about that lot, that was put there because they had to make up for the space that the building was built on was a public parking lot. And everything that I've ever heard, and every year, we had a maximum of something like 206 was the biggest number I ever heard in 60 years that we have parking in Ardmore. Not the number that I just heard. It's critically important that this should have been told that it was the whole area, and you should expect a tremendous amount of pushback from every person that has a business or has anything to do with the commercial area. We need the parking. Figure out some other way to do it. We have 55 parks in Lower Merion Township that are all underused. You want to look at trees? We got plenty. We don't have parking. I want to make sure you know that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Nina Greberman. I'm the president of the Ardmore Business Association. I live in Penn Valley, since you asked me to say. I stand before you today with significant concerns about the proposed redesign of Schauffele Plaza and the complete removal of Lot 6. From the outset, business owners and stakeholders have sought compromise and collaboration. Unfortunately, their voices seem to have been largely overlooked, and I'm here to represent their concerns. I personally, a township planner assured me that the entire lot would not be taken. Yet here we are today, facing a plan that eliminates critical parking in one of Ardmore's busiest commercial districts. The businesses near Lot 6 are deeply worried that the loss of customers, especially those who rely on accessible parking, such as seniors, people with mobility challenges, and customers from neighboring areas who drive to shop and dine here. The reality is that in the suburbs, people drive to reach shopping districts. I personally witnessed a township employee unduly influencing a survey board at an outreach meeting, an act I intervened to stop. Additionally, many businesses felt the online surveys were designed to silence their concerns. These are the voices that represent Ardmore's economy, and they deserve to be heard. This plan overlooks at-risk populations. 21% of Lower Merion's residents are over the age of 65. More than 13,000 people. What about their needs or those with disabilities? They rely on accessible parking. The Lot 6 and Lot 6 plays a key role in their ability to shop and dine here. The proposed plaza design also raises serious safety and practicality concerns. Dogs playing near a busy state road like Lancaster Avenue, unfenced and exposed to traffic, that poses a significant risk. Children playing on rocks in a business district, who's liable if one of them falls and hurts themselves? A coffee kiosk that doesn't have running water doesn't sound sanitary to me. And restrooms, I guess. If the township has struggled to maintain a simple fountain in Ardmore, how can we trust that civic space will be properly maintained? The project doesn't seem to consider the broader picture. How will the businesses replace lost revenue? Will we see a return to empty storefronts? Will South Ardmore residents face overflow parking in their neighborhoods? I don't know. I believe personally in compromise, not in removing the civic space entirely, but scaling it back to prioritize everyone's needs. Business owners, residents, seniors, and visitors alike. Let's work together and create a space that enhances Ardmore without jeopardizing its success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Richard Boehm. I own 17 East Lancaster. I also own Mainline Optical. For 43 years, I've been up here. Almost every year, parking has been reduced for the public. The township has taken over more and more property, more and more parking, almost every year. One of my suggestions for this project, which would make accessibility and pedestrian safety, is give up some of the municipal lot that's right next to us here at the Berniker lot. If you gave up some of those spots, they could come right down Lancaster Avenue and not have to cross this horrendous road that we live on. Also, pedestrian safety needs to come with slowing the traffic on Lancaster Avenue. And I've been told it's a state highway and there's nothing that can be done. Why can't, if it's a state highway, the state troopers patrol it once a month, anywhere in Lower Merion, to slow down the traffic and make it safer for our customers and our employees, as well as everyone else. And municipal employees are employees that they can also permit park remotely as well. My other concern is if you move 50 parking spaces basically to the garage and they turn over 5 times in a day, that's 250 cars going through the intersection of Cricket and Cricket Terrace twice. Then you have those pedestrians that come out of those cars going through that same intersection. That's 1,000 crossings of that intersection causing congestion and safety issues. And the other thing that I would strongly encourage is moving the permit parking that's on Trolley Way just past what they're showing here to the garage and opening that up to meters so that it's more convenient for customers and everyone else. But most of all, what you also don't respectfully, I believe you don't appreciate, that parking is unique. Everywhere else in Ardmore, you pull in and pull out of the same place. That parking, you go in one way and you have to go out to Rittenhouse or out to Ardmore Avenue to get back to Lancaster Avenue. There's no signage or no controls that do that. And again, you're putting more people or more cars out in that corridor. Also, what I apologize, I can't remember his name. That parking lot that was behind where that now garage is, was a parking lot that was well used every day. Most people don't even know the garage is there. The town's website doesn't even show the garage there. It shows a parking lot. So it's all communication. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Derek Durand. I live in Narberth, but I have a minority and veteran-owned business here in Rittenhouse, on Rittenhouse Place. So I applaud most initiatives that improve walkability and improves and advocate for civic space in a community, because it can be good for communities' physical and environmental health. Fewer cars on the road, it's usually a really great thing. However, projects that are not undertaken in a good faith, collaborative, and transparent manner that includes engaging all community stakeholders can often lead to avoidable, unintended, negative consequences. So parked cars don't pollute, right? They don't. By removing easily located and accessible parking options, we decrease parking efficiency. So that leads to, that may lead to a number of unintended scenarios, because human behavior doesn't always change in the way that we would like. So 21 years as a physician, I can tell you that with pretty good probability. So in the short term, this may lead to an increase in idling and circling behavior, which are attempts at trying to find a parking space. Everyone's done this. Everyone's been to a grocery store trying to find that space right next to the door, right? So where was I? So attempts to find a place in close proximity to their destination, which can lead to an acute increase in local air and noise pollution, okay? And as we know, small children are especially vulnerable to particulate matter. So you have more cars circling rather than parked in that one small space, okay? And an increase in local traffic in search of parking, not only through the main thoroughfare, but also on those little tiny little arteries like Cricket Terrace. In the long term, people coming to shop and eat may decrease because they've learned that the parking in and around Ardmore Historic Business District just isn't worth the difficulty in finding a space. So lack of parking options tend to increase the friction and what we call the customer journey. And there are other options that aren't Ardmore Business District. They can go to Bryn Mawr or Haverford or anywhere else, okay? The CDC and Mayo Clinic says that the average American walks about 4,000 steps per day from the time they get out of bed to the time they get back into bed, okay? So a reasonable expected walking distance for local foot traffic may be 400 meters. And that traffic is unlikely to support the long-term and the 20+ new businesses that have opened up since the end of the pandemic. So, and these businesses are going to rely on local foot traffic and those that live outside of Ardmore, okay? What makes this area great is that all the independently owned small businesses in the area. And anyone who has come to my business knows that they know about Rowan and Greatland Fitness and Golden Bowl and Char and Stave and Izzy's and Ripplewood and all these places here, because I tell them, because that builds a community. That builds a great business community. And if there's no place to park, I mean, first off, that was a fantastic presentation for Schauffele Plaza. It was gorgeous. But why are people coming to Schauffele Plaza? Why are you going to walk there? And there's places to eat. Why are you going to go sit there? Does anyone ask that question? And the other question is, if the parking lot that you built over there, if it's only 30% full, the best question to ask is why? Why is it only 30% full? You need to do a study that looks at why. You need to do a traffic study that looks at an increase in traffic onto Cricket and these small little arteries and how that's going to impact pedestrians and everyone else.
Sir, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
I'm done.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. I'm Garrett Elwood. I'm president of the Ardwood Civic Association. Ardwood Civic Association and Ardmore Progressive strongly endorse the Schauffele Plaza redesign project. We believe this initiative will significantly enhance the quality of life for Ardmore residents and visitors and have a positive impact on the local economy by creating a vibrant town center in the heart of our community. Key benefits of the project include enhancing community identity and connections, serving as an event venue, economic growth, green space, recreational opportunities, multi-generational appeal, and health and wellness opportunities. We understand this project necessitates the removal of parking spaces, and we are compassionate about the hardship this may cause some individuals and acknowledge the challenges this will present. However, we believe these adjustments are manageable given the broader context. Ample parking is conveniently located just 1 block away at One Ardmore's garage, which should adequately meet the needs of residents and visitors alike. We believe this nearby alternative, combined with the project's overall benefits to our community, outweighs the impact of the removed spaces. We firmly believe that the Schauffele Plaza project represents a valuable investment in Ardmore's future. By creating this central public space, we are not only improving our community today, but also laying the groundwork for a more vibrant, connected, and prosperous Ardmore for generations to come. We urge all stakeholders to support this initiative and work together to make the Schauffele Plaza project a reality for our community. And I just want to add that having ample parking for our businesses in Ardmore to thrive and doing this project are not mutually exclusive. We can do both things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Kate Cronin. I'm a resident of Wynwood. I'm not prepared. I'm just responding to what I saw in the plan, but I wanted to say that I'm a mother of 2 children and we shop and dine in Ardmore. We are the people that those other people talked about, shopping and dining in Ardmore. That is us. We live in Wynwood and we walk to Ardmore. We have off this Friday and Thursday, and you can guarantee you're going to see my family. In fact, there are people here, I see in the audience, who have seen me out walking with my stroller. Every Saturday, I walk Cricket Terrace because I go to the Little Gym, and then afterwards we go to Char and Stave. It's what we do every Saturday. And I will tell you that Cricket Terrace is not safe. And it's very frustrating to me with my family that it feels like my township, or maybe just historically it's how it's been, we prioritize cars over walkers. And my safety, often with my toddler and my 9-year-old next to me, does not feel like it's being prioritized. So as I look at this plan, first I want to say that I am that person who uses mainline optical and uses all these shops. And I think this plan is fantastic. My family's very excited about it, and we're excited about the increased walkability for us. But I will also say that in the plan right now, you have a little triangle along Cricket Terrace. And right now it's very dangerous as I go down Cricket Terrace with my stroller, because I'm kind of crossing and trying to find the safest place to be. I'm concerned about the triangle and cars that are trying to get in who are really going to want that priority spot that they can really leave their car at for a long time. And that I'm going to be walking, and many other parents are walking from Little Gym, are going to have a hard time crossing. So I think there needs to be a way to slow down that traffic going in and out of the triangle, and to make sure there's even more crosswalks and a lot of visibility, so that we put walkers first and the cars that want those spots have to be second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elise Shapiro. I live in Wynwood, and I am the owner of the Candy Lab, which is at 22 East Lancaster Avenue, 4 shops in from Schauffele Plaza. I've been in business for 2 years today. And I just wanted to say my clientele are children, the ages 5 to 12. I get about 200 children to my shop every weekend, which represent about 600 to 800 people, assuming the families drop them off. I don't want, I'm a big proponent of of keeping Schauffele Plaza parking the way it is. I don't want my children to walk across Lancaster Avenue from the updated SEPTA lot, and I don't want them walking from off of Cricket Avenue. It just doesn't seem right that kids need to walk on these busy streets to get to my location. Also, parents, they rely on parking at Schauffele Plaza because they have birthday cakes, they have big jugs of water, they have other things that they need to bring to my shop in order for them to have a party or an event. They stay for 2 hours, which is what the Schauffele Plaza allots, 2-hour parking. They will not use this grab and go type of parking. Also, a lot of kids, they come with their brothers and sisters and strollers and what have you, and I just don't see that being crossing Lancaster Avenue or coming across Ardmore, across Cricket Terrace as being a viable solution. I did an informal survey of the parents at my store, and they do say they do park at Schauffele Plaza. And when I have said about these potential updates, they were appalled that that parking would be taken away. Just to wrap up, I noticed that the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration in 2022, 156,000 children were injured in traffic accidents. 1,100 of them died. I don't want the revisions and the updating of Schauffele Plaza to incur 1,101 deaths in our community. Thank you.
Much.
Hi, Stephanie Riley. I'm a Ardmore, Lower Merion homeowner. I'm also formerly an employee of a Lower Merion Ardmore business, Viva Video. I just wanted to give a big shout out to the planners for including the stop and go parking spots. That really helped the former business that I was employed at. We had a 15-minute spot. We never had a problem getting customers in and out of the store with that spot being available. So I just want to make sure everyone with their concerns about parking, that has been factored in. There's 50% of the parking available, and the garage, honestly, having worked across from the garage, I used to work at Viva Video, the garage was always empty. People really just didn't know it was there. They didn't know they could use it. People don't know about it. It's been incredibly underutilized, and we put such an expense, both in time and money, to build it. I think this, as long as we communicate during this project, people can use that spot. It's incredibly convenient to all the businesses that I like to frequent. As a homeowner, I think my home values honestly are going to be increased with this project. I'm really excited to use it. I don't think parks or any of these plazas, they're utilized. People, if you build it, they will come. There's a ton of activities, not just people with children. I see everybody like sitting and having a good community feel. And that's what people really want, especially post-COVID. People want a third place to come together. And I think if you build it, Ardmore will be a destination. People will come here, they will go to the businesses, and they will linger. And that's what you want. You want people to linger in this town and go to multiple businesses. You don't want people to drive in, park, then eat, and then get back in their car and leave. You want people to walk across, to sit, to engage with the community. So I'm very pro this project. I think they did a great job. And I wanted to make sure people who actually live here are being represented, not just people who work here. I live here and I want this to go through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wally Heppenstall, and I own and operate a retail business in Ardmore. I live and work in Ardmore, and I've had a business for 42 years in Lower Merion. And I'm a member of the ABA. I'm on the board. I'll be careful what I say because I can get carried away, and I'll be quick. How dare the powers that be consider removing existing parking in a business district? It just doesn't make sense. This project is 7/10 of an acre, proposed to be located in a vital parking location, not a derelict park that could, derelict lot that might benefit from this. I mean, what was proposed is beautiful, but at the expense of removing existing parking is ridiculous. When I asked if the project could be scaled back of the 7/10 of an acre, I was told it wouldn't be worth anyone's while to do half of that. But we need a compromise here somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. And the proposed 18 to 24 months plus time it would take to do this would be a nightmare for businesses in the and residents in the Ardmore area. You know, a lot of us have gotten through business cycles that weren't special, recessions that weren't great. And how about COVID? And we all survived it. And now everyone's getting their feet back on track and everything's getting much better. But parking has become all consuming. It should be about your business and improving it and helping your customers and helping the community. It's a shame that it's dictating so much thought and so much discussion. If the project can be scaled back and if there is extra money, God only knows the Lancaster Avenue corridor could use some sprucing up and then some. I've been told it's not Lower Merion's concern, it's the state's. But we are in a position to lead by example. We have one chance to do this right. It'd be wonderful to show other communities that we know right from wrong. I mean, businesses need to survive, and the parking is absolutely necessary. And in my humble opinion, and it's not humble, it's my opinion, this would be a vanity project, and it's not necessary at the expense of the businesses. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Mike Elkins. I own Rittenhouse Electric with my brother Adam. Grandfather started the store. I live in Ballackinwood, went to Lower Merion, know the area pretty well, did a lot of lighting for people in here. First, I want to start by saying these plans, they are phenomenal. I would go there every day. It's fantastic. I love it. The fact that you have the designers, the archways of the kiosk are reminiscent of the trolley windows. This is insane. It's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous plan. I want the plan to happen. But here's the thing, we can't disregard the existing commercial ecosystem. It's flourishing. People are doing well. I've been in Ardmore so long, it was a dump. I mean, people were saying, ew. Now it's great. I have friends are coming to Ardmore. Oh, let's go to dinner. We're going to Ardmore. What? I just worked all day there. I don't, you know. But it's like, you know, it's really flourishing. And it's these businesses right now that we don't want to slap them down. We don't want to go ahead with something and say, oh, we'll fix it on the back end. It needs more research. For example, there's a 2-hour time limit. on the meters right now on Rittenhouse Place because people want, oh, you can't stay so long, you'll get a ticket, you got to move on. We have customers that come in, they sit down, they do lighting design. Takes more than 2 hours, I'll tell you that. And these customers are coming from Cherry Hill. They're coming from Baltimore. They're coming from New York. They're coming from downtown. They're coming from who knows where. Chester County, Lancaster. They're coming from all over the place to come and sit down for more than 2 hours in our place. And then you know what they say? Where should we go to dinner? That's what they say over and over and over. But you know what? Now they got to get up and they got to move their car. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't stay. Okay, maybe not dinner. The parking's over. Maybe it's lunch. But it's the same idea. They want to park their car. They want to stay. You have things happening here that have not yet been taken into consideration and the data has not yet been collected. The roadway, Cricket Terrace, whoever was here, there's a death corner there. We call it the death corner, where you're walking down Cricket Terrace, right at Schauffele Plaza, and they don't see you. That's the nickname. That's the inside nickname, right? Yeah, it's scary.
Excuse me, if you could address the board, please, sir, and not the audience.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would love to talk to you. Sure. There are existing concerns of all the businesses. Every restaurant takes deliveries, tractor trailers. Every lighting showroom and electrical supply house takes deliveries, tractor trailers. You've seen it on Lancaster Avenue when they stop traffic and everybody's got to go around and this and that and whatnot. The plans are beautiful. I want them to go through, but it's half-baked. You have to figure out the implementation. And I strongly encourage you not to push it through. And if you build it, he will come. That's not the case here. You're going to build it and we're going to have problems. That's all I'm saying. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Amy Brownstein. I am a resident of South Ardmore Park. I am not a member of the business community. I work at home, which means that when I come to downtown Ardmore, it is usually after the end of my business day. I am very familiar with the garage. I've parked there many times on weekends when I go to Nudies early in the day, but I will not park there at night. If I come up here at night to go to one of the businesses on Lancaster Avenue, I park in this Schauffele Plaza lot because I feel safe in that lot. It's open. People are coming and going through that lot. I can easily walk right up to Lancaster Avenue. It's exposed and open, and I feel pretty safe in that lot. I'm not unaware of the garage, but I'm not going in that garage at night because I don't feel safe walking through that garage, standing at a machine paying in that garage, taking an elevator in that garage, walking up back streets to get to Lancaster Avenue in the dark, walking back and reversing it to get out. I will not be parking in that garage at night. If you want to look into why so many spaces are available in the garage, maybe consider the safety of it. I'm one of the 28% of the people who thought parking should be a priority. And I'm one of the approximately 50% of the people that's female in this country and would not feel safe walking around using the garage as my parking area at night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kate Gaylor. I live in Ardmore. I also work in Ardmore. I've lived here for 23 years, raised 3 kids here. So I definitely support this project. I think it is very forward-thinking as we enter a time of climate change. It's building some resilience into our community, into the center of our community. People do want gathering spaces, and this could be a very flexible gathering space that would encourage people to come here and eat there and meet new people and make it a less scary area if there are more people there. Right now, the parking lot is used for events, as we all know, and I feel like it could still be used for events, but it should just be used on an everyday basis. We need more green space in Ardmore. People always complain about Lancaster Avenue. I do too. The sidewalks are narrow, they're terrible. I feel very unsafe walking there sometimes if I'm with one other person walking next to me. I work with adults with disabilities who have a lot of executive functioning issues, crossing dangerous streets and walking in narrow spaces. So it's a challenge every day when I walk around Ardmore. Providing a space in the middle of Ardmore where people could go of all ages and all capacities would be a great opportunity for this community to welcome people here, a diverse population of people. So I fully support this project. It would encourage environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and I know there's a lot to work through. I understand that, and I hear what everyone is saying as well. And I also agree with Cricket Terrace, with like everybody here. It's really scary. So I just want to say I fully support this project, and we have done it here before. We've unpaved a parking lot and built a park.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is David Greberman, and I live in Penn Valley. And hello, Josh and Township Commissioners. I stand before you with a number of questions and one ask. Earlier this year, Commissioner Stevenson was quoted in the mainline media news as saying, "I think this is an important step toward the work that we want to do and we've been discussing for a long time." President Sinai said, "I find this tremendously exciting. I think this is transformational. We spend a limited number of years on this board. One hopes for opportunities like this to create lasting investments in the township." Earlier this year, the township held a number of meetings to solicit feedback from anyone who attended, and the final design was to incorporate feedback from those attendees, residents, and local business owners. So where do we stand? A glance at social media platforms like those on Facebook show people are deeply divided between the need for additional green space and parking. While most of us would like to see more green space, the Plaza is in the center of a commercial district. As Wally mentioned, it's only 7/10 of an acre, and there are other parks. I think there's a 15-acre park also within Ardmore. So again, we're already in a commercial district with already tight parking, and local retailers depend on those customers, as we just heard, from outside of Ardmore to survive. Ardmore and township commissioners need to do all they can to provide easy access and parking to ensure a vibrant district. As those who've lived here for many years, I think we've heard about how Ardmore has transitioned over the last 20, 30, 40 years. Both Narberth and Bryn Mawr make parking easy for customers, and Ardmore needs to do the same. Well, you got to think about it. How is Ardmore going to compete with Narberth and Bryn Mawr, especially after the shops on Haverford Avenue are rebuilt in a couple of years? Second, what about the 25% of local residents who are senior citizens? They cannot walk from local retailers in the one Ardmore parking lot with shopping bags. 30-minute parking, I think of my father when he goes to Kenny's and buys his coins. I mean, there's no way he's getting from that handicap spot to your car, to your place in 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes back and 10 minutes in the store. He goes there, he schmoozes, he goes to eat, and then he comes back. 30 minutes ain't gonna help. How will that population be accommodated? Again, about 25% of the local residents. There has been discussion about retaining 50% of the current 112 parking spots. That would translate, if we lost those 50 spots, into about $95,000 of lost parking revenue. Where's the offset to that $95,000? I know it's not significant in the larger scheme of things, but it's something that needs to be considered as we think of something that's transformational. Speaking of transformational, if the average car full of people parks there for 3 hours, and the people in that car spend $50 during their time in Ardmore, but then they choose to shop elsewhere, that generates into a loss of revenue of $3 million to the local Ardmore stores. How many local retailers are happy about taking on that risk? Has anyone taken the initiative to speak with the store owners one-on-one and get their absolute feedback? I've seen township presentations, but I haven't seen feedback from each of the retailers. Mr. Stevenson, President Sinai, you both noted this project would be transformational to Ardmore. If the project means so much to you, then where is the money coming from? In today's handout, it noted that the cost would be between $6.5 and $7 million. Don't you think this should be presented to Lower Merion Township residents? What are their thoughts? It said you don't have to pay for it now if you accepted it. But if someone said to me, hey, Dave, you take a bill of $600,000, accept it, but you don't have to pay for it now. No, I've got to think of a long-term plan for that. Ms. Dirks, Mr. Leswick, as you know, presentations were given to the public, and there were pictures on poster boards. And then I saw today's presentation, specifically these slides. And I think that there is and to all the commissioners, I believe that there is a lack of transparency in this presentation and the facts that were given to you.
Excuse me, Mr.
And the
Greber-
reason why I say that,
Mr. Greberman, if you could wrap it up,
Yeah,
because you've been
okay.
almost 5 minutes.
the reason why I say that, Josh, is because there were presentations where people came and put their hearts and chose it. And the ratios that were given with these handouts are very different than in today's handouts. I know this says online, these were in person. I'm happy to hand copies of these to anybody who would like. But the bottom line is, I think that the information that was given to the commissioners is wrong, and there's a lack of transparency. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Nick Cronin, and I walked here today. I am in favor of Schauffele Plaza redevelopment because I think that what's unique about Ardmore is that it's a community where there's a mix of businesses and also great public transportation and walkable neighborhoods. I think connecting those neighborhoods to the business district can be a real positive for the business owners. And it's kind of disheartening to hear many of them stand up here today and I think be sort of short-sighted about who their customer base could be. I like to walk places when I can and use that as a way to go shopping or go out to dinner. So, you know, if I want to spend my time in an SUV dotted moonscape, I can always go to King of Prussia. I would like to spend my time in a community. I'd like to support the businesses in my community, and I like doing that on foot. So I think we should have more green spaces and that it'll benefit everybody. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Brandy DeRosa. I also walked here, and frankly, it's very hard to go after him because he made so many wonderful points that I could also make too. But so I live in Ardmore. I live about, I would say, walking distance, maybe 3 or 4 blocks from the business district. So many people have made great points. I want to just concentrate on 2 things that I wanted to respond to. I am in full support of this project. I agree with statements about it being invigorating and a move in the right direction for our community. Let me pause and say, I also am, I'm speaking as a citizen, but I am also on the board of the Ardwood Civic Association. But going back, I think, you know, so a few points that I think I wanted to highlight are, as a person who walked here today, I'm a parent. I actually have a tween and a teenager, and I see them, you know, going off to Suburban Square and, you know, talking and spending lots of money and and using it as a space to gather. And it's like, why can't some of the good parts, like when people linger and when people are meeting up and having a good time, it's not, why does it have to be seen as like an opportunity for crime? Why can't it be seen as like something that is like a really nice thing for our space and a way to grow this potential customer bases that I think, with this intense focus on all the people that not having a certain amount of parking in this exact spot will take away. It's just mind-boggling to me that why can't we think about all the customers that will be bringing to this space? I wanted to walk to the train station, but I find myself parking in Wynwood because of all the, you know, the train station problems, but I am envisioning the lives of people that live in our community and the lives of other people in Lower Merion, where we can walk from our house, walk through this nice, safe, new plaza redesign. I was hearing a lot of fear mongering earlier about like kids dying. I think how much safer is it to walk through that nice little path on the new plaza towards the train station or towards the ice cream place rather than the current parking lot that is really quite dangerous that I've walked through many times. So I feel like it's a lot of like focus on these, the potential negative and just really blindsidedness towards all the positive aspects to this. As a resident, I can see so much positivity and I would be committed to, you know, hoping that making this space what, you know, I think it can be. So I think that is, uniqueness. Just one more moment to say, several times I've heard people say, but you have a park in Ardmore already. And that really gets my goat because yes, we have a place for people to like hit the baseball and we have a place for people to, in a nice little residential community that was a parking lot, that was made into like a nice a place that it's like a refuge and like people can walk around but this is a business. This is meant to be a town center. The purpose is completely different. This is unique and we do not have it. And kind of saying, well, you have a park in Ardmore already, I feel like really kind of discounts what these fine people are trying to do for our town. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Maggie Tago. I live in Ardmore and I work in Ardmore. I do not have a car. I use public transit. I walked here to get to this meeting. So overall, with the upcoming plan around the redesign, I do support it, mainly because as somebody who does not have a car, what I like about Ardmore is that it's walkable and there's decent support for public transit. It makes it easier to get around when living here. As far as I've heard people say like, oh, everyone drives here, but there are plenty of people who don't. And with the current proposal, I noticed that the shelter has been implemented into the ARC, which I do appreciate it by offering covered protection from the elements. But it seems like the seating compared to how it is currently will be reduced. And that is the one concern I do have, is that there are people who can't afford cars. There are people who, for whatever reason, cannot drive. So when that seating is reduced, then what happens when you're trying to wait for the bus? Sure, you can stand, but what if there's snow, there's rain? You're not covered. So what I would like to say is with the proposal, I do support it overall. Walking along Cricket Terrace, it can go either way. Sometimes it's safe. Other times it's okay, I almost got hit even though I looked as often as I could. And with providing those paths, the pedestrian paths, and narrowing Cricket Terrace, it'll make it safer for pedestrians to be able to move through. I know there's concerns about, oh, what about children who are walking by? Well, part of that danger comes from having increased traffic the way that it currently is. So I'm sure there can be a balance between what business owners need and what people who visit Ardmore or live in Ardmore need as well. But the ultimate goal should be to ensure that this neighborhood, as it grows, it doesn't move towards a more car-centric approach to how this town operates. And that if anything, to build on what is already there, that supports pedestrians, bike riders, people who use public transit, and to build on that rather than to focus solely on, oh, we need parking. And I'm like, yes, that is important, but you also need people who are able to get around without it being so focused around the car. And to have a third space that is accessible to all, that isn't so much about, say, just going to businesses. I do shop at some of these businesses, I've walked to them and the like, but sometimes you just want a place where you can sit and just read in peace, admire nature, people watch. And sure, you can go inside a business and you partake in all that, but sometimes you just want a place where you can just be yourself and relax, and where you don't feel like you're always hustling and bustling and going about. So overall, the proposal, I do support it. Please consider people who use public transit as well in said proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
How you doing? Pete Stas with Core Development. We own and develop, own and operate the Cricket Flats at 65 Cricket Avenue. Core Development is supportive of Shuffle Plaza. Although have not spoke to all our tenants, but I can tell you generally speaking, it would be considered a great amenity to our tenant base, both on the residential, which we have roughly 100 occupants there, all obviously right around the corner from the plaza. And then we have 11,000 square feet of retail. And I think there's been a lot of really good conversation tonight. I think some of the concerns about safety, that's things that we hear from our tenants. In fact, one of our tenants was hurt in a pedestrian accident, so we're very sensitive to that. And I know there's been a lot of discussion in that over the years. Convenient parking is incredibly important. We discuss it with our tenants on the commercial side all the time. I'm friends with a few of the business owners in town. Jared from Char and Stave is one of them, and a big fan of his place. That's incredibly important to his place. However, I think convenient parking is important. In the reduction in the parking, we all need to be sensitive to, but we have solved one of the hardest things is to solve, and that's that there's a parking garage in Ardmore. And that is not convenient parking, but a lot of people that come to this town, particularly if you're coming to dinner, would be an example. That's less convenient, but that's a parking spot. And as this town continues to become more vibrant and successful, people will use parking garages. Westchester is a good example of that. Those parking garages are in heavy use, and if they weren't there, they'd have major parking problems. I think the other thing to consider is the value of, so many people have talked about the plan. It's a beautiful plan. I commend everyone who worked on it. I was on the steering committee and was happy to do so because from the onset, I felt like this was incredibly important to the vibrancy of Ardmore. I felt like it was a collaborative process. I was involved in not every meeting, but many of them, and it was well publicized and there was discussion. But I think the point that people talk about lingering in public spaces in community, there is a significant value to that to business owners. There's going to be significant value to our company, our tenants, and our commercial tenants to that space. I did talk to one of our commercial tenants. I tried to talk to more. Generally speaking, I would say they're supportive. We have a new tenant. It's Cure de Repo that's moving in. It's a 3,000 square foot European day spa. She is in support of it. She is currently operating in Chestnut Hill and will continue to operate there, but 30% of her customers are from the main line. And we're doing her build out now. It's going to be beautiful space. She's super excited about coming in here, but she said they desperately need a space like that in Chestnut Hill. She needs people and vibrancy for her business to be successful. And this would be an important part of Ardmore for her. So we are supportive of it, and I commend everyone who's worked on the project.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Jeff Brodsky. I live in Ardmore. I also walked here this evening. Just want to say that me and my family strongly support this plan. We look forward to using the space as a gathering space for our family, to meet up friends. I do not believe that this will greatly diminish business opportunity. For example, last weekend, I attended Open Streets in Philadelphia on Walnut Street, Rittenhouse Square. They closed Walnut Street, they closed 18th Street. There were thousands and thousands of people that attended that event, and every business and restaurant and retail space on Walnut Street in Philadelphia, Center City, has been doing every weekend that they've been holding these events have been making tons of money. Like those businesses are having their best month of the year because of the attractiveness of the open space of the park, seeing that space as a destination for people, not just a place to park, go to one business and then leave. I just think that we have a tremendous opportunity here, and I strongly support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm John Iannacone, owner and operator for 78 years of G&N Jewelers at 19 East Lancaster Avenue, former member for 9 years of the Ardmore Initiative. I'm really concerned about the division in the community between the business and the residents. And I put the blame solely on the Planning Commission for not incorporating the business input with the community input. That's not the way it's supposed to be. We have a tremendous opportunity to showcase Ardmore by not taking away the entire parking lot at Schauffele Plaza. I also have to interject that my UPS guy told me, please, I can't deliver if they take away the entire parking lot. I can't deliver to Tire Hands. I can't deliver to Sweet 16. I can't deliver to Bella Italia. That's enough of that. What concerns me is it shouldn't be like this. The Business Association had one representative, Wally, on the planning committee. The input, we tried to compromise. Nah, this is the way it's going to be. We've already hired a designer. We've already hired an engineer. They're doing surveying work, and we have a consultant. I don't know if they took the board for granted or not, but all this is being done apparently without your approval. My customers are very upset. They don't want this. They don't mind parking where they need to park. They want to shop in Ardmore. They want to eat in Ardmore. They want to walk Ardmore. But they also want surface parking. The woman that said she's afraid to park in that garage. My customers don't want to carry high-end jewelry up the alley, up the elevator, and into the garage. There has to be some mesh between the two parties. You have a beautiful opportunity, you have beautiful plans, but you need to work together. And everybody needs to come up with some compromise and some solution. And up till now, the input that you received was not the input that was given. And I think that you need to sit down with individuals or groups and just for your own knowledge before you make this very, very, very important decision. Because a lot of this with the park back to 2005 was predicated upon the fact that there was going to be a parking garage. That ain't happening. There's no parking garage going to abut the train station. You do that, there's plenty of room for the park. You don't do that, you get what you have now. And it's animosity, and it shouldn't be like that. We all want Ardmore to thrive. We all want Ardmore to be a place where people, residents, consumers, and business owners take pride in and want to come to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
David Connor from Ardmore. I just want to say I think that the board has a tremendous opportunity. I think the staff and the design team have put together.
Can you speak
Oops, louder. An amazing proposal. I think that it's exactly what Ardmore needs. It's something that my young family would use all the time. Currently, we walk all over Ardmore, yeah, and we often walk to Suburban Square and use the green there, especially on Sundays and the weekend. It would be amazing if we didn't have to cross Lancaster Avenue, and we could do that sort of thing on this side of Ardmore and take advantage of an amenity there. That I think would be fantastic. On the parking note, I walk a lot, and after my toddler finally goes to sleep, I will take a walk downtown, and I note that there's lots of parking available, even on the weekends at 8:30 in the night in the garage, even in the surface lot next to the garage. Lots of spaces open there. Yes, Schauffele Plaza is full, but there's parking available. So there's excess capacity in the town. And I think that people can take advantage of that. There's better signage, better information and communication to where that parking is. And I also would state that they're not taking away all the parking. Half the parking will remain. So framing of it as if it's all going away, I don't think is fair. It should be framed as that portion of it is going away. Trade-off is an amazing community space, and there's still parking available. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Brittany Malloy. I live in Ardmore. I just wanted to say briefly that I'm really excited about the plan. And in particular, I wanted to say I'm really excited about the plans that will improve Cricket Terrace and the walkability and hopefully the signage that does lead people to the parking garage. I agree that right now the pedestrian walkway in and around the existing surface lot and everything is really challenging. And I am confident that that contributes to people not wanting to go to the garage, whether it's for safety concerns in the garage or just on the streets across local businesses. So particularly excited about that plan, excited for a place for the community to get together, and so many other points that many people have already said, including just opportunities to linger and shop in more and more places, which I can personally say I have friends who live outside the area who come to Ardmore for those purposes, and that, they're willing to drive or take trains from Philadelphia to come out and linger here. And this is the kind of thing that makes people want to come and spend more time with us in Ardmore outside of these other places. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vinny Salufo. Family owns Bella Italia Pizza since 1982. We also have commercial property 10, 8, 6, and 4. And I'm speaking on our tenants, commercial tenants that are there. Beautiful project, beautiful plans, but there has to be a compromise. We need the parking. Come by on a Friday night after 5 o'clock. Our More Music Hall has a concert going on. 700 people go in there, sold out show. 700 people need to find parking. Customers want to come mainline coin, mainline optical, wherever business they want to come. They need parking as well. I understand there's a garage, but the garage can only do so much. So if you take away the 70-something spots or whatever it is at Schauffele Plaza, what is that going to do with the garage? It's going to overflow the garage, and then we're back to square one. Where's the parking? So there has to be a compromise. Does Schauffele Plaza need a facelift? Yes. Does Cricket Terrace need a facelift? Yes. Do the sidewalks need work? Yes. I agree with all that, but there has to be a compromise with the businesses in Ardmore and everyone else. That's all I need to say. It's just someone needs to come out on a Friday, Saturday night and look at the parking lot and look at the traffic that's around there. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jane Murray. I'm a resident of Ardmore. I've had the privilege of being on both the core team and the steering committee for this project. It's been a real pleasure to work with everyone, to see it through various iterations, responding to all the feedback. I think it's a great compromise. My family, my husband and I bought our house in Ardmore 9 years ago, in part because of its walkability, because of the contiguous sidewalks. I walked here tonight. I attended a festival in Ardmore this weekend. I parked by the post office. There was plenty of parking. I walked past plenty of parking spaces and went to a well-attended event. I think I worked downtown in Center City before Dilworth Plaza was revamped, and I often think about that transition of that space, how much more vibrant the city is, how how people come and they have a place to hang out in between spending money places, or even an opportunity to come downtown and not spend money. Other people have said it, there's a need to be able to have a place to linger. So I think there's a lot of focus on what we're losing and not enough focus on what we're gaining here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Doug Freeze, Ardmore. I also walked here. I think one of the key things with this is the signage and letting people know about the parking lots. I grew up in Westchester, Pennsylvania, and around the university downtown, they've got, you know, some great streets, but they also have some great garages. And the garages are marked, they're easy to find. And I think kind of to that point, one time I was coming back to Ardmore from work and I needed to pick up some headphones. So I was going over to the Apple store. So I go over to Suburban Square and I drive around a little bit and I'm looking for one of those coveted spots that's outside on the lot. But, you know, I pass by, I don't really see any. So what do? I park in the garage and there was a ton of spaces. I'm not even going up to the second floor. I'm still on the first floor, ton of spaces. You know, I think the same thing could be true over here. It seems like there's just a lot of spaces, and if people actually knew about them, it could be a lot better utilized. In addition to that, I'm happy to see this as part of the Ardmore Master Plan and eager to see all the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Coughlin. I'm a business owner in the Ardmore District. I'm also a property owner and also a resident of Lower Merion. I've occasionally walked to work. I walked here tonight from my business. But I do remember back. I remember back when we didn't have a parking problem. You know, Ardmore, we had a customer problem, but we didn't have a parking problem because there was no one coming. Ardmore was really in trouble. It's come a long way. And I also, to the best of my recollection, I think that the surface lot there, I mean, I remember when Ardmore would occasionally get busy, that surface lot would get crowded. I mean, almost completely covered. And we really haven't added any spaces. The garage is equaled out the amount of spaces that are actually on the surface lot. So it's not like we added any spaces. And with the permit parking on the top floors, I'm wondering if we actually lost a couple spots. Now, Ardmore's grown pretty tremendously. And, you know, I know some of the data shows that the garage isn't being used, but I would really, the businesses would be a lot more comfortable if you studied the data on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights from now through the end of the year. And I think they'd be a lot more comfortable seeing that data, not an occasional, give us every night and every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. Let's see if the garage is really being used or not. I checked the garage last Friday night and there was between 40 to 45 spots available. Schauffele had none. So like Vinny said, I mean, if you take 50 spots, those 50 spots are taken up with, like, we're already at capacity, you know, and we want Ardmore to continue to grow. So let's just get more data, and I think the businesses could be a little more comfortable with it. The other thing is, I mean, if parking is so adequate in Ardmore, I mean, why does Lower Merion's master plan have a 300 to 400 car garage, like a baseball throw from this area? And I know that garage needs to be utilized by Amtrak, SEPTA, the township. Our police could probably use some, and the businesses could use it as well. I mean, the businesses and the residents. I mean, it'd be great just have something to handle the Ardmore Music Hall overflow when Ardmore does get busy. So I think the business community, you know, would be a little more acceptable to this if there was a garage at the train station done first and maybe this done later. I mean, maybe it's a timing issue. But to take away the parking without, you know, the garage, it definitely makes the business a little uncomfortable. So we'd like you to strongly consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. See one other person. There's three.
Hi, Craig Timberlake, Ardmore. I also walked here tonight.
But first, I want to say thank you to Amis and Chris and Jillian and all of the staff that worked very hard on this. The design is absolutely stunning. And I could not be more thrilled, excuse me, as a resident of Ardmore to finally see this project happening. Quick note on the parking. I've been stalking the parking in downtown Ardmore for the better part of a year, much to the annoyance of my. We have a dog that needs a lot of exercise, and we regularly go downtown and just count parking spots and see what's open. I also ride my bike downtown frequently. It's become kind of a hobby of mine to take a spin through town and just kind of observe what's happening at Schauffele Plaza and also in the One Ardmore Garage at various times of day and various days of the week and throughout the course of the year. And based on my own personal observations, and that's all they are, but I am convinced that we do not have a parking problem in Ardmore. We have plenty of parking supply. The typical pattern is that Schauffele Plaza, there's plenty of places to park Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It starts to build throughout the week. By Friday evening, parking is very sparse. But then if you go into the garage at Cricket, it's virtually wide open. Often there's nowhere to park in Schauffele Plaza. 4, 5, 6 cars swarming around, just waiting to get lucky, waiting for someone to leave. You go in the garage, and there are 4 or 5 open spots on the first ramp. There's plenty of parking. It with a little bit better tweaking and management, we will have more than enough parking to absorb the loss of 56 spaces. If you go to Suburban Square on a Saturday night in the evening and in the summertime or Friday night in the evening, you'll see families hanging out, enjoying each other's company. You'll see people out on dates. You'll see little kids running in the grass, or actually the fake turf because it's Suburban Square. But it's vibrant. It's alive. There's a lot of people around. And that's what I see this becoming in a very short amount of time. As you've seen tonight, there's a very large pent-up demand for a project like this in Ardmore, and it will be very well used. And I strongly urge the board to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Harry Althouse. I'm a past business owner. I'm a resident of Ardmore, and I'm a member of the Ardmore Business Association. I walk Ardmore every day. And a couple of things I know for sure. The Schauffele Plaza parking lot is the most utilized parking lot in Ardmore. Does Ardmore have enough parking spaces? Is the garage empty sometimes? Is there spaces available there sometimes? Yes. But Ardmore's still growing, and you're taking away these spaces and growing. You say this is going to bring more people into the community. Well, you probably need more parking spaces. And my main concern of this whole thing is it's a nice plan, but who's going to manage it? Who's going to maintain it? And who's going to pay for that? Okay. These plans, it's going to take a lot of upkeep. And, you know, Schauffele Plaza, the way it is now, it's just a little plaza, and that place is almost never kept up now. And what you're proposing would be way, way, way more to take care of. And I think it needs more planning on how much is it going to cost down the road, not initially, but down the road. It's a big upkeep. Who's going to do it? I'm not going to do it. You know, you going to do it? I don't know. Who's going to pay for it? That's my concern. And, you know, I'd like to see the sidewalks in Ardmore fixed before we make a little another park. okay? Because it's hard to walk around here. And safety, it's dangerous to walk around here everywhere, okay? Every day I walk around Ardmore, I could get hit every day if I'm not paying attention. People don't stop at these red lights half the time, okay? And down here, where they're talking about where the garage is coming in and out, if there's more traffic going in there than there is now, that's gonna be a real mess. And I hear people talking, there's gonna be parking plans. We're planning this, we're planning that. Well, I think we need more plans, and I would like to see the business community and the neighborhood community be more involved in these plans that are going to take care of the parking, the signage, and the safety issues. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Sir.
Hi, Brandon Cohen. I live in Wynwood, and I biked here tonight. I think I'm the only one who's done that so far, but I appreciate that not everyone can and will do that, in part because I won't bike here with my daughter, which involves crossing Lancaster, which is a separate issue, but I think it's important to focus on how many people walked here tonight. And every time I go to Ardmore, which is at least twice or three times a week to get lunch, get coffee, biking here. And I want to call to attention, there's a study, I won't belabor with all the details, done in 2016 in Toronto, where they asked all the local business owners on a street where they were thinking about putting a bike lane in, how many of their customers they thought arrived by car. And 42% of the business owners thought the majority of their customers arrived by car. And in reality, when they did a study, only 4% of the customers arrived by car. And I don't mean to impugn any of the business. I'm a business owner myself, not in Ardmore. So I appreciate the challenges and how hard it is to think through this, but I would encourage everyone to think through that there is more to this community than just the people who drive in from Lancaster or Cherry Hill, and focus on building the community here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Valerie Holiday. I live here. I walked here tonight. My husband Chris and I moved to Ardmore almost 8 years ago in order to have a walkable community. We lived in Chester County for 23 years before that, and we drove everywhere. And we think that the plan for Schauffele Plaza is wonderful. It enhances the community, it enhances the experience of living here. We patronize the local businesses and we respect them and want them to stay around. What I'm hearing is that there's a net loss of about 56 parking spaces. And I'm also hearing that there is information that can be gathered and existing information that could be pulled together in such a way and presented that perhaps that would provide the community and the businesses with the reassurance that I think they deserve. And this should not be a heavy lift. This is a great community, and you all are doing a fine job. And I think the information is there to be had and to be shared and to make people feel more comfortable. And again, it's a great plan, and we're looking forward to sticking around and experiencing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Sprague. I live in Bryn Mawr. I am actually also a member of the Planning Commission, but I am here not on their behalf. I am here as a resident of Lower Merion. I'd like to really commend the planning staff for all their efforts and Omnis for the short period of time that they've had and all the different solutions and aspects of this project that they had to consider in terms of the design, the parking. I think they have done a great job. In regards to the parking, I have heard everyone's comments, and I understand the concerns of the businesses. I think sometimes it's hard for people to change their ways. And when I hear that when there is a parking garage within 2 minutes of this area that is 60% underutilized or not utilized, if those facts are true, that is considerable. I think in terms of, I'm not sure if, in terms of, I don't think you can put the value of a civic space in any kind of monetary terms. I don't think we have enough of them in Lower Merion. We have great recreational parks. We have playgrounds. But in terms of civic spaces, which can be multi-generational in a post-COVID environment that we live in, with more people working from home, more people perhaps more isolated than before, a civic gesture that can bring multi-generational people together, I think is potentially transformational. If you're familiar in Conshohocken, off of Fayette Street, there is the Consera, I think it's the Consera headquarters, and there's a plaza there, it's called the Plaza, which has been transformational in that whole little neighborhood right off of Fayette Street. And it's an open space. It's a civic kind of space. I think it's owned by Consera, but it is full of life. And I guess lastly, I'd like to say that the real gift of communities like Ardmore, like Bryn Mawr, like Narberth, are their walkability. Those communities, in my mind, are a slice of my community. I always say, I love it. I grew up in Center City. But it's a slice of urban suburbia. I am not sure, I think in having a civic space such as this, the gift can be to the people that it attracts, the people that linger, the people that walk Lancaster Avenue, or all the back roads and streets in Ardmore. And that kind of life, that street life, that sense of the urban part of our urban suburbia is huge. No parking lot, no surface parking lot is ever going to give you that gift. So I just ask you to consider in the neighborhoods that do represent the urban suburbia, do we want to push the suburbia? Or do we really want to have the pedestrian experience and activate the streets with pedestrian life? Thank you.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Joe Carafa. I live in Havertown, so it's a little far for me to walk here, but I own Ardmore Computer and 29 Rittenhouse Place on Rittenhouse Place. I could tell you, you could do all the parking studies you want, but I go and I come from my store a lot to get equipment and everything. And very often at like 3 o'clock on a Tuesday, I have to drive around the block several times just to find a parking spot to be able to park and get equipment. Also, it's not real practical to tell grandma that she's got to go park in a parking garage 3 blocks away to go to the foot doctor, and that she could only park for, a certain amount of time in certain spots, when who knows how long it's going to take Dr. Ricefield to see her, I think it's a beautiful plan, but I just don't think it's very practical for Ardmore. And I'm also concerned about during the construction phases, where are we going to park during the, when you're getting rid of some of the permanent spots. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Hamilton. I'm a store manager at Mainline Coin and Stamp. The business has been in Ardmore for over 46 years. Our clientele relies on close proximity to parking due to high-value items that they are bringing in or leaving with. Another large portion of our business is done with the elderly. And with the limited handicap parking availability, it's an issue. Saturday, we had an event in the Plaza. and I had $16 worth of business because the people that needed to park couldn't park. The two handicap spots were taken across the street. And again, crossing Lancaster Avenue is always a hazard. So I really do think that the data really needs to be looked at and really presented to you and spoken to the business owners that have been here and see the parking every day, not just what mobile app says. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here in person who wishes to offer public comment? Okay, we will now move to online.
I have one person, Adrienne Seltzer. I'll promote her to a panelist.
Great, thank you.
You can turn on your camera.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was driving.
We can't see you with. She's driving. She's driving. Oh, okay, well.
No, I pulled over, but I don't know why you, oh, it's really dark. Hold on. Here I am.
Go ahead, we can see you, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Adrienne Seltzer, Winwood. I am in favor of the idea behind the Schauffele Plaza reconstruction. I think that a part of the problem with parking is the total lack of understandable signage in Ardmore to get to the that parking garage. I think that it is imperative that you add more handicap spots than of the 59 parking spots that will be left, or 58, whatever it was. And but the concept is really beautiful. I would actually like to see more of it as green space and less as hardscaping. I know you do have impervious surface requirements, and but I think the idea would be really good for Ardmore. And I think if we strategically move some of the parking that is in and around Ardmore, it would be helpful. If that poor gentleman had to go around the block several times, the right away to go around and not get into that parking lot, you have to go up Ardmore Avenue, and it takes forever. So there has to be better signage and better logistics in the town, and I think that would make it really, really a lot more usable and pedestrian friendly. So I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, bye guys.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
No.
Okay, so we're now going to close public comment. The next step is whether any commissioners wish to address any of the public comment. Since we're then going to move to further commissioner comments, I would just ask that if you do wish to use this time to address public comment, that you don't try not to say the same things twice. So, Commissioner Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I'll use all my time at once, and I'll yield it to my colleague to my left. First of all, I want to say I walked here, since everybody's asking that. Second of all, I want to thank folks for coming. If to sum up what I wanted to say is, and I apologize, I forgot his name, the jeweler who said it well. We got to figure out a way to work together. We got to figure out a way to make this work for both sides, because in reality of it is that I represent a ward where a lot of the residents came out in support of this and wanted to do it. I equally represent a ward where members of the business community have made it clear that there are concerns about parking, about their business. And Ardmore needs both. Our business community is a very important part of what makes Ardmore Ardmore. People talk about the historical part about years ago when it wasn't as well, and it's been refurbished, and a lot of work has been, and it is. And a lot of that is because of the dedication of the business owners who brought businesses here, dedicated their time, but also equally to the residents who lived here, but also those who came into this community here. So I'll be honest, I'm a typical politician. I said all that, and I don't have the answer how to fix it. But what I can say is that I am committed to continue the work that needs to be done, working with staff, working with my colleagues, and figuring out how do we find a way. The word that kept coming up was compromise. If there's opportunities to revisit this, as it was said earlier, this is not something that's going to start in a week. There's time to do it, but I think that we need to figure out, not just saying about, okay, we have time, but put something in place to reset some of those conversations, because I think that is important. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank everyone for coming, and thank you for my time.
Thank you. Vice President Kramer.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking the staff for your seriously hard work on this throughout the process, and Omnis. I also want to thank Commissioner Stevenson and Commissioner Courtney for their leadership, and all the members of the steering committee for participating throughout, as well as everybody here who came to share your insights and who participated throughout the process. I think this has been a really collaborative process. I'm sorry to hear that some people don't feel that way. I've seen many of you, most of you, at the meetings that we've had. I've had multiple meetings with my ward about this project, and they're thrilled, beyond thrilled, to have this implemented. So I'm very much in support. I think it's stunning. How are we going to pay for it? Not really sure. We'll talk about that in a minute. With regard to parking, yes, we have good parking strategies. The parking report may be news to a lot of people here. So, and that's our bad. We need to, or it's just a matter of timing, but we need to publicize it. We need to communicate it. We need to get your feedback, and we need to do it, right? We need to implement it. In fact, the staff has begun to implement some of these parking strategies already. And, for example, rotating parking, not allowing you to continue to feed the meter on Rittenhouse Place all day, so that customers can come in and park, right? For one, among others. And I do think that we're going to see a lot of progress when we implement all of the parking strategies that are in the plan. So I encourage you to familiarize yourselves with it. Pages 11 and 13 in the parking report summarize the recommendations, and we want your feedback so that we can really make this work. It's a dynamic process. This is going to be going on in phases, right? Shovels aren't going into the ground tomorrow. So let's continue to talk about it and figure out how we can make this work. But make it work, we must, because it is the future of Ardmore. This has the potential to further activate the commercial district, on the scale of many of the beautiful outdoor places that people have talked about, Suburban Square, Rittenhouse Place, and on Westchester. I want to point out to those of us who are of a certain age that the younger set does not drive cars like we do. They don't park cars like we do. They don't own cars like we do. They ride their bikes, they walk, they use Uber. So when we're looking at this plan, we have to think about not just what we're going to be doing in the short term, the next 5 years, but really what the future of Ardmore in 10, 20, 30 years needs to look like in order to be the kind of commercial space that people are going to need in 30 years. We don't need to go to stores anymore, right? Really, for most things. So you need to make shopping someplace that people want to go and do as an activity outdoors for hours and to linger. And that's exactly what this does. So I'm thrilled about it. And I'm very excited to ride my bike to it one day. Having said that, if I want to linger, I do need a bathroom. So we can talk about that. I do have a little bit of feedback on the plan from residents that I've heard that I'm just going to share right now. So, you know, I can then shut up. People want a bathroom. I know it can be cost prohibitive. I hope we can take another look at it. I know that some stores might not want to become the de facto public bathroom for the area. I think it would be helpful to look at cost options for the board to look at cost options so that we can right size the price of this as we go forward. I think that you may have those and we didn't get into those in detail, but I think that we'll be looking for those. And I have also heard from people that they'd like to see some more like kids play features. I know that the rain garden is supposed to be that, but I think some people are looking for more of that so that they can really like park it and, you know, have a beer or have coffee and let their kids play for the long term. And I also think that the questions about management of the property and upkeep are good questions and questions for us to consider going forward. But I want to thank all of you. I hope that we can continue to work together. I'm here. I'm easy to reach. I know that Commissioner Stevenson and Courtney are. And all right, now I'll stop talking.
Thank you. Response to public comment?
Response to public comment. I'll reserve my other things till later. And I wasn't going to respond to public comment, though. Thanks to everyone who came out, but I was called out by name. And so that's going to get, so let me say first, you know, we had 2.25 hours of public comment, which is a tremendous amount of participation. And I think it's very important for this board to hear, and I think you have enough experience with this board that know that this board listens. And that's great. Someone who spoke said that I called this transformational back when it was first proposed, and that's exactly what I said. And I still believe that. The other thing I said in that meeting, which wasn't quoted, was that we also need to have a parking plan, right? I said both of those things, right? Those both coexist. They need to both be done. Because, you know, someone said, you know, and I think they were right, you know, if this is transformational, and it does, so certainly what I hope, which is, you know, enhance the attractiveness of Ardmore as a place to live and a place to go to, there will be more cars along with more walkers, right? And we are going to need to accommodate them as well, right? So this needs to, like most economic development initiatives, you know, the parking plan, the parking management needs to go in hand with the things that attract people to this. And you know, to the point about division, like I think I envision this, and I suspect my colleagues did as well, as something that would be tremendous for every resident and business in Ardmore, right? Because anything that grows the pie, that makes more people around, means more shoppers, more potential clients, more potential economic activity, people who didn't know about your store just happen to be walking down the street and they see it, right? Like that is the goal, right? But you're absolutely right. They have to be able to get there and find a place to park, right? We need to solve both of those problems to accomplish this. Just one of the two is not going to do. So that is my response to public comment. I'll save the rest of my stuff for later. Thanks, Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you. Anyone else? I see no one else responds for public. Oh, Commissioner Churchill, please.
Yes. I have a comment. A number of citizens felt that they felt uncomfortable walking some areas of Ardmore, and I don't ask for an answer now, but I see Superintendent Good in the audience, and I would hope in a future time that he would bring some crime statistics. Is Ardmore increasing, decreasing, or whatever? Hopefully he will address that in our next police committee report. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? So before we close that part, let me just join in with others who've thanked everybody who offered comment tonight. This has really been unprecedented in many ways in terms of the amount of comment that we've received tonight, and the thoughtfulness of the comments. Clearly, we at the township, I'll speak for myself, but I think it's apparent we have work to do. And as I said earlier, there won't be a vote tonight, but we're I think we'll take what people said tonight, and try and refine the plan as others have said. So, we will now move on to, commissioner questions and comments. Let me make an attempt, however successful or unsuccessful it will be, to try and frame the conversation a little bit. We have other things on the agenda tonight. For the board, there will not be a vote tonight, which means that there will be opportunity for commissioners to offer input at a later time, as well as between now and that, whenever that later time is, when you can talk to staff separately. So my suggestion would be that since we have the consultants here and we have staff here, that we particularly consider questions that the consultants might be helpful in answering, since they're here in person. And certainly any commissioner is offered to, is able to ask or comment on whatever they would like. But as I say, I'm just cognizant of the other additional opportunities later and the other things on the agenda. So, having said that, commissioners who wish to offer comment. President Sinai.
So I actually have questions.
Yes,
more than
questions.
comments.
That's for no. Feel free.
And it is potentially a $7 million project. So despite the hour, I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity to ask some questions. So thank you for the presentation and thank you for the beautiful design. And actually, I think since you're standing up here, I'll start with you. So you can hear as I responded to the public. I tend to think about this in terms of like, how does this space, enhance our business community, right? And let's start with the area, like right where Schauffele Plaza is. So you can just tell me a little more about how you think about how the plaza interacts with I guess the businesses and the built environment that are around that. Currently, I guess if you're in these businesses, you're looking out onto a parking lot. I mean, so how do you think about that interface?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really important interface that we've thought about a lot. We've also talked with a lot of those business owners too. I know the architects, Michael O'Brien, they're very excited about that. And so I think one of the key things actually is how we have designed the circulation. And so I think when we think about phasing, those would be some of the first areas that could be implemented so that would, have the businesses have great access. But I think overall there would have to be, an understanding that this is a longer term thing and that we, yes, can create access. But there's going to be those sort of awkward teenage moments where the plaza is being implemented. Overall, though, I think this is going to have tremendous impact as far as view sheds, people walking by. It's going to attract so much traffic. And there's going to be a lot of these serendipitous moments where I think overall there's going to be a lot more visibility for some of those businesses too. And I think this is also that opportunity for the neighbors and the businesses to come together. And we have done a pretty extensive interface with a lot of the business owners to go through things like loading and trash and some of the sort of back end things that you don't think about when you look at a design like this, just to make it very functional.
So when I think about activity in the space, right? So let's take Suburban Square for an example, which also has a central plaza and the central court with some green space. No parking near that, right? People walk to that. People walk to the stores in the mall. And that's active, but I think one reason it's active is that it's in the middle of stores, right? So there's naturally people sort of traversing it, right? Like how should we think about as a township of will this be a destination in and of itself? Is that will have its own gravity? Is that the idea? I mean,
Yeah, no, and I think just the mix of different businesses around here is tremendous. The fact that it's right across from the music hall, you have the perfect mix of beer and pizza at each end of the plaza. I feel like that's going to be a pretty huge magnet. And it's not just people who are visiting businesses, you know, it's also all of the neighbors who are going to come activate the space. So.
Yeah, okay. And so I guess the next question is probably,
I was just gonna chime in real quick also with that. I think part of the public comment that we received was also about people like really wanting to just have a space to kind of hang out and people watch really. So like a lot of the benches that we started to integrate in different spaces in the park were about like being able to stand there and watch all of the passerbys. Yeah.
I think my next question is for Chris. Either you or Jillian, I guess. I mean, I mean, I think, you know, one of the things that we've been thinking about once you sort of like try and program a downtown like Ardmore, is that, you know, we have this tension between this idea to have people sort of park and linger, right? And we have some other businesses which are just sort of like a destination, right? You go and you leave, right? And it's sort of like there's a mix there. And we would like to get some pedestrian circulation, right? We would like to get, you know, instead of having this idea of, you know, people go to a business, they get back in their car, and they go to some other business, right? Like they may go to that business and park, and while they were there, they will linger and they'll go to other businesses, right? So you'll have the complementarity of that. That requires it being a nice place to be able to walk around, right? And it also requires like helping people realize that, you know, it's a quick distance, right? Like one reason that people walk, you know, in a mall is that the malls are very good at making it feel like you're not going very far, right? So how are like what are your thoughts for like accomplishing that besides just plunking a plaza down?
Clearly, we have the Ardmore Master Plan talks about a grander vision for Ardmore. There are some things that need to be done. I think it was pointed out by many members on speaking on whether you're for or against the project, that the streetscape over time will need to be enhanced, right? It's getting old and it's getting tired. So that's part of the connectivity. But part of what this project really does that I think is exciting is it creates an axis. We right now, when you come to Ardmore, you think about individual places, parts of the mall. It's like Rittenhouse Place is like part of a mall. That's a wing. Cricket is now becoming a wing. Before it wasn't. You used to have a surface parking lot, an auto body dealership. But now it actually has restaurants and it's revitalizing. There's more going on in that wing. There's the Lancaster Avenue wing on both sides of it. What this is doing is providing a central connectivity from Lancaster back to Cricket Terrace. And Cricket Terrace is somewhat of a parallel street to a walkway to Rittenhouse Place or to Lancaster. And what you're seeing is you can connect from Rittenhouse through this park area over to Cricket and then back through that other alleyway where you have the pizza place, you have what used to be the video store, and you have some of those other restaurants. And there's these little alleyways, these funky little things that connect you back out to Lancaster Avenue. And then we know what's happening the further next block down, which will be transformed. The car dealerships are going away. It's providing more of that connectivity where there's all these spots for bigger source of activities and little source of activities. Like that little area that I just described to me is one of those places that you would travel to, that you would find these little pizza spots off the beaten path. But you also then go out the beaten path where you have the bigger high rent sort of areas. So by investing in this, and the scope of this is a little bigger than was originally presented. We originally just talked about, you know, that greening of the parking spaces. And everybody thought the greening is parking spaces, but what these guys were so able to do was extend this down and make that axis between Rittenhouse and Cricket to really expand it, not just by increasing the parking space, but by making that a pedestrian walkway that really connects all of Ardmore together. So from my perspective, it's creating that walkability because it's much easier. I mean, what many people here tonight said, it's not comfortable walking like that. We know it's a tight area. Well, here you're going to have tree-lined areas with sidewalks. Putting that into the plan is equally as important as some of the bigger, greener things that were really shown on the plan.
Yeah, I think you know those things just also help make it feel closer. Yeah, right. Sort of psychologically, and I guess the last thing is just a request. I think I'm very sympathetic to the people we've heard tonight. That's like you know. You show us with the parking, like you prove it. You don't have to wait for this to happen to show us the parking. So can we get the wayfinding signage to One Ardmore and see if we can increase the loads on that, like before we do this? And can I understand that there are some things that you're doing with the parking management already, but you know, can we take a look and see where people actually go when they park in the Schauffele lot and like sort of map out some of this foot traffic and try and figure out
That's the
you know,
next
to optimize like how people are parking and trying to figure out like
That has to
where
be
we
part
need
of
to actually introduce more.
Right. Part of the next phase of this is the streetscape, of that connectivity, and part of that streetscape is the wayfinding signage. It's how, it's not just trees and the sidewalk and the pavers. It's the signage and the connectivity, knowing that there's a central place where the parking garage is, where the parking lots are, having the informational signage in there. All of that's important. That's something that we'll be talking about. But I also think it's great, and we people talking about making it work, coming together. We had a really great turnout tonight. Many of these people we've talked to, the staff's talked to at the public meetings, haven't always agreed on some of those things, but we have established relationships. And I think building forward, there's plenty of time and a lot of smart people in the room, many people who left that can continue to work on that.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Commissioner Woodring is taking over for the moment.
Thank you,
Thanks,
President.
Commissioner Woodring.
Commissioner Zillow.
Thank you for Vice Chair Woodring. I want to thank all the public for their comments and the staff for their work. I didn't expect to hear so much concern about parking. What was on our desks at our places when we arrived tonight is an Ardmore parking report. But we're seeing it for the very first time. And that's why I asked the question I did at the beginning about the capacity of the parking garage. None of this at Schauffele Plaza, in my view, is doable, except for the fact that there's a parking garage with capacity, unused capacity, 60 to 70% according to the staff's numbers. Otherwise, this wouldn't make sense. But with the parking capacity right there, it makes sense to do something at Schauffele Plaza. And the other thing, there's many things about Ardmore. Ardmore has not only the Ardmore Initiative, which is a paid business improvement district, which every business pays into, but still has an Ardmore Business Association. So it seems that the staff and those two organizations have to do some more to help explain and go over the parking numbers, because the businesses need to be more comfortable with the parking issues in Ardmore. There was a business owner who asked about the plan itself. I have concerns about the plan itself, starting with its cost. I mean, in our capital budget, it's in for about $700,000. So what's before us tonight has an estimated cost of 10 times that amount. So I think we as commissioners, at least some of us, need to have a better understanding of how we fund it. I think we need to have options so that we can we need to see options on the scope of the project. We did hear some suggestions that made a lot of sense to me, and it has been echoed by Vice President Kramer of the restrooms and water fountains at work. But we also got some written comment today. Should the plan be simplified? Should there simply be more green space for people to use? Because as Harry Althouse said, who's going to maintain all the landscaping? Who's going to maintain the high-end landscaping? We have a planting list in this plan that's extensive. Not something the township does particularly well. That's been my experience. So I have those questions, but as I started out, it does make sense for improvements and public spaces at Schauffele Plaza. I'm not sure as extensive as has been proposed. Thank you.
Commissioner Zillow.
Thank you for subbing. Commissioner Rossman.
There are two S's. One is shoving, and it came out tonight that we're shoving something down everybody's throat. But as one of the newer commissioners, I'm brainwashed. We're here to serve everybody here. And we represent you, and we're on your side. And we heard you tonight, and I want to thank you for your opinions. Each one, positive and negative, were taken. I think the design, looking at it from Cricket Avenue up to Lancaster, is magical. One with the pink cherry tree in the center. It looks great. But again, as Commissioner Zoloff said, and somebody in the audience said, It's the maintenance that we're worried about. We're worried about where the delivery trucks go. We're worried now about handicap parking for some of the older people and safer parking for some of the older people. We're worried about making everybody here comfortable. So we don't only serve our citizens, we look at our constituents, we want to serve the business community also and do what's best for everybody else. My concern would be the maintenance. The delivery trucks, where do they go? You know, how do we work that out? And this is something we can work out. I compliment you on the design. It is outstanding. It looks beautiful in the drawings. But I have a hard time sometimes taking care of my third of an acre at home and the plantings. And we have to have appropriate staff and look at something that's so much, doesn't require a lot of service perhaps. As somebody, I will not quote, said, sometimes we don't do it so well here. But that's the nature of the world we live in. So thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Rossman. Other Commissioner Woodring.
Yeah, I just want to kind of give credit to the firm and our staff for this incredible design. I know from my professional experience in architecture, placemaking like this actually helps invigorate a community and promote the local economy for businesses. I was a little caught off guard hearing opposition from business owners. And obviously, don't want to repeat other comments, but echoing the concerns about loading for businesses, because I know, I imagine some of these businesses see deliveries daily. From kind of like a design standpoint, I don't want to get hung up on the design too much because I know there's been several iterations for this, but I'm not sold on the idea of the refreshment kiosk. I mean, you have a central node there on a strong axis coming both ways. And I think if you're going to put something there, a piece of program that's going to help kind of inspire the business owners to do something in that little centerpiece, like it could be something more than just a little kiosk. So I would like to see if there's, was there considerations of anything else for that little node, or could there be additional options, with input from business owners? I come to Ardmore from Bala Kenwood. I'm at Suburban Square. I come to this area for my pizza once in a while. I still will continue to come here for my pizza once in a while. And so I'm not too concerned about it making an impact on the businesses. However, I lean on the Ardmore commissioners and their opinions on that. I had one other point that I just lost there, but I will say in terms of the concerns for maintenance, this is why we explore native plantings. This is why we explore native vegetation, so it's less maintenance needed in the long run. I mean, there's still obviously going to be a lot of maintenance needed. I'm a bit more alarmed by it. We only have 700,000 in the CIP for this, and prices coming in 10 times that. So that I'm a little concerned about. I'm wondering if there is a way to, maybe tweak the design a little bit to make it more feasible. But with that, like I've been in spaces like this, I've helped design spaces like this before. It's in a space like this while on vacation in Colorado, that's used as a precedent all the time. And so I'm confident that this design will help the businesses and not necessarily harm them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well, I'll just make a few comments. As I said before, thank you for everyone who participated, and thank you for our staff. I've had an opportunity to exchange information with staff, so I already done some of what I might otherwise ask, but I'll just note, I do share the concerns that Commissioner Woodring just discussed about maintenance, who's going to do them and how effective will that maintenance be? Because of course, we don't know now how often things are going to have to be switched out. I think the experience at our public parks is that particularly on holiday weekends, sometimes the trash cans get overflowing and we don't have staff currently that can always deal with it right then. And I expect we'd have similar challenges that here. The water feature sounds like a wonderful idea, but as was mentioned, we have a particularly challenging water feature not that far away, which has not always operated successfully. I'm saying this in the most polite terms I can. And I would, and has been vexing as far as a solution. This is the fountain, for those I'm speaking in code, the fountain at Ardmore Avenue. And I think that we should take this opportunity to make sure we have a plan that will have it, the water feature, if we go forward with it, operating. In terms of the parking garage, I have heard myself from several people about the parking garage. It's been already discussed a lot. I would just add to this discussion only by saying, I think it's worth it. And I mentioned to Chris and Jillian this afternoon, Suburban Square has a parking garage as the crow flies, what, 1/8 of a mile away, if even? And I have never heard a bad word about that garage, except that people drive through it too fast. But I don't hear concerns about crime in that garage, or other things. And I wonder if it's possible to look at garages like that and others and find some lessons that might help the Cricket garage work. Because they're close to each other. I suspect they attract similar clientele, and there ought to be, I think it's important to find a solution for the parking before we move ahead, and you know, maybe that will give us clues. Lastly, I'm a bit torn when I hear the very well-reasoned discussion offered by people who live in Ardmore and walk and can walk to this and want to use the plaza, the redesigned plaza for their families, and the concerns of the businesses. I live in an area where you can't, no matter how old you are, you can't practically walk or bike to Ardmore. For those who know, I live in Penn Valley. And it's not particularly safe to bike to Ardmore from there, unfortunately, and it's a far ways to walk. And even if people are in great shape, that's the situation. So I think we have to try to come up with a solution to that and not just assume it's only old folks and people with accessibility issues that will have that problem. And I say this in the face of SEPTA cutting back its routes in the township, which is only going to make this more acute, certainly for people who live near current routes that are being cut, but possibly for people who might otherwise take the train or a bus route that SEPTA might be reducing as well. So with all that, unless there's other comments by anybody, which I see now, oh, Chris, you wanted to respond. That concludes my comments. So why don't you go ahead?
Just a couple things in closing. You know, from a staff standpoint, we heard everything, and I just wanted to tonight it was really easy to come up and see the pretty pictures, and we have consultants that speak softly and they use, you know, wonderful words. There was a reason why we chose them. Right? There were 24 firms that bid on this project, and when staff was selecting a consultant, we really had our choice of anyone in the region. And the top firms, you know, bid on this, and we're there, and we looked at a variety of different proposals. There was a reason why we selected this consultant, and it wasn't because of the pretty pictures. We had to be able to stand up. Jillian and I knew that we would have to stand up here and answer these questions. And some of the things that you're asking about tonight, the handicap parking spaces, are the deliveries going to work? They're thought out. Like, we have confidence. You're not seeing it tonight because you're looking at things at the really high level. That's going to come out, and we're going to have a chance to respond to you. There's so much more to this plan than you're seeing with just the pretty pictures. Please don't let them distract you. The pretty pictures are great, but the reason why we have such confidence in this plan is the functionality and those things that are baked into it that we'll be able to work on that. So going forward, so give it a chance, read through some of the other presentation tonight. Was a very high level piece, but a lot of those other detail questions, just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean that they're haven't been addressed.
Okay.
And I really do want to thank the consultants for coming out tonight. They were a real joy to work with, and hopefully you appreciate what they were able to provide.
Right, absolutely, thank you. So just for those who are here in the public, before we conclude this, I understand we do not have another date certain yet for when this is coming before us for further discussion, but certainly there'll be notice of that for those who want to keep following this. And in between now and then, if you have additional comments, you're welcome to contact the ward commissioners, your commissioner, staff, whoever. But thank you all. And with that, President Sinai, that concludes building and planning for tonight.
Okay, and thank you very much, Commissioner Grimes. That was a very well run. And the length of the meeting was not due to your, how you ran it. That was just a really good meeting. So thank you. We are now going to the police committee meeting. I recognize it's, Chair, Vice President Kramer.
Thank you. We have one item on tonight's agenda, which is the authorization of a 60-day experimental order to temporarily remove a 2-hour parking restriction on Youngsford Road. So I will make a motion for the same. Do I have to say it again, Jody? Do I have to say it again? Make a motion? I'm making a motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing a 60-day experimental order to allow the temporary removal of the 2-hour parking restrictions on Youngsford Road, Gladwin, between Conshohocken State Road and Writers Mill Road. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Rossman. And now I will pass things on to our parking director, Jerry Adams, for.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. This is a request, came to us from the Ward 1 Commissioner, requesting that we review the location across from the old Superfresh and Acme that is now the McCaffrey's Market. It is Youngsford Road between Conshohocken State and Writers Mill Road. It is currently restricted to 2-hour parking. We have not issued a ticket in this location since 2016. The location does not seem to need a 2-hour restriction any longer. And the Ward 1 Commissioner requested that we could possibly remove the 2-hour restricted signs, evaluate the area over a 60-day period to see if we would want to bring this to the board for a removal of the 2-hour parking restriction that is current.
Thank you. I'll open the floor for public comment. Seeing none. Anybody online?
No one, no, actually, there's no one online.
Okay.
Does say no one has their hand
Comments
raised?
or
No one.
questions from the board?
I'll just say very quickly, because Commissioner Bernheim's not here, but my ward starts about a block from here, so I'm very familiar with Gladwin Village. As an experiment, I think with a definite start and end, which is what this is, I think this is worthy of consideration to see how it works. I do think that after there was an initial period when McCaffrey's opened where there was concern about people parking in businesses, but that seems to have been dissipated. So I will support this and suggest to my colleagues that they do also, particularly because it's a definite period, and then we'll see if we want to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Other comments from commissioners? With that, we'll have a vote. All in favor? None opposed? Madam Secretary, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Concludes the business of the police committee.
Thank you very much, Vice President Kramer. Our next committee is the Public Works Committee. I recognize its Vice Chair, Commissioner Woodring.
Thank you, President Sinai. We have 2 items on the agenda this evening. We'll go right into the first one. The first one being the approval of the high priority sidewalk segment to be funded in 2025. I'll start by making a motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to include the high priority sidewalk segments listed on the agenda in the 2025 to 2030 capital improvement plan for funding in 2025 at a total cost of $1,736,000. Do I have a second? Thank you, President Sinai. With that, I will ask our township manager to give an explanation.
Certainly, Commissioner, you recently approved a list of priority sidewalks. However, last year, we had a draft list of priority sidewalks, and coming into this year, you wanted to be sure that we were going to be able to keep moving forward on the on a sidewalk program. And so you budgeted some money this year for us to begin investigating and begin determining sort of where we might start. So what you have before you tonight is the results of the survey information we have compiled in the current year, and then a staff evaluation as where it might make sense to put our money as far as the CIP in the next year for sidewalk projects. What you see in your issue brief is sort of a mix of sidewalk projects. Some that, because of the survey information we compiled, we determined that it is indeed there are projects that do not have, right-of-way issues or a lot of obstructions that might stop us from, or slow us down moving forward. So you have some projects that we think we can actually get going, design and get under construction in 2025. And then you have some where we are listing for beginning the design, more complicated projects like Morris Avenue, where the design is likely to take a year plus to even get to the point where you can consider going to construction. So that's our recommendation to you, the mixture there in the sidewalk projects that we have listed. We also, I would note that we have shown money in the list in the total $1.7 million that would allow us to continue finishing the survey. Again, we didn't have enough money in the current year to survey all of the draft sidewalk segments, and nor do we have enough to even do the current revised list of priority sidewalks. So we would like to finish those next year, and then we'll have survey data for all of our priority sidewalks and allow us to make a more informed decision as to what projects go next in 2026. Be glad to answer any questions, but try to be brief.
Sure. But before that, I just want to open it up to the floor or open up public comment. If there's anyone in the room. Anyone online?
Yeah.
Nope. Okay. Then I will ask if there are any questions or comments from the committee. President Sinai?
Yeah, I'll just go briefly since this was a product of the ad hoc sidewalk committee that I chaired. As you know, the board previously said we should pencil in $8 million towards sidewalks spread out over 6 years, and we approved sort of the tranche of potential sidewalk projects that would be in that 6 years, right? And we previously said to staff, probably better if you guys figure out like the optimal way to bring sidewalks forward out of that list, rather than us saying you should do this one of that list earlier in the 6 years rather than later, because we don't know which ones are more difficult engineering wise in terms of right-of-way acquisition or any of that stuff. And we don't know which ones are easier. And if we prioritize a difficult one, then everything gets pushed back. And we were eager to have some stuff get done until we asked staff to come back with a balance, and they have. Proof that I either put my money where my mouth is, or I'm a bad ad hoc committee chair. I'll note that there are no Ward 12 sidewalks in this first tranche. So like I saw it the first time everyone else did, because I fundamentally believe that this is a function of staff at this point. This board is going to have to vote when actual sidewalks come up for approval, whether we actually want to go forward with any individual segment. This is just direction on which ones to bring forward. Anyways, so I hope you join me in supporting this. Thank you, Commissioner Woodring.
Any other members? I just have 2 quick questions. I just want to confirm with you, Ernie, that when we see engineering services for like Morris Avenue, does that include up until construction documentation and specifications, and puts us at a position where we're ready to bid?
Yes, anytime you see engineering and construction, we've sort of lumped engineering in as everything that needs to get us to the point where we are ready to go to bid and go to construction.
Okay. And just speaking in terms of interest in the Haggisford Road segment or priority, to kind of understand further of how to like kind of tee up the next year. Obviously we'll get information from the remaining surveys, but to kind of help that informed decision, is it beneficial to receive direction or support, whether from the commissioners or support from the community for a particular project?
But I mean, certainly the master list of priorities that you have already now approved is sort of out there, and from a staff standpoint, I would say we would hope you would solicit input from residents. It's hard to solicit true input until we have the survey data for each segment, and then we know, do we have to acquire right of way? Do we have to remove trees? Do we have to remove landscaping? other types of, construction that might have to be altered. So it's hard to really get full public input until we get to that point where we have that much data. But we'd love to have, any input as we go through the process year by year as to whether there's support for our 25, priority segments.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Zeller?
Thank you, Commissioner Woodring. What was just said sort of leads me to just ask this question. So the one, and I think you mentioned at Morris Road, there's 24 properties involved. So how will each one of those property owners be notified that this project is being looked at for a sidewalk and significant costs are being incurred in order to do engineering analysis that will then lead to a cost, lead to bidding and consideration by the commissioners?
So we would have our engineers go to the point where we can actually go out and put stakes or paint on the ground to show exactly where the sidewalks will go and notify the affected residents in each segment to say, here's what we're talking about. Here's where the sidewalk will go. Here's what it will disturb.
Okay. And then as a follow-up, we've talked about each one comes back as a individual a separate land development project.
Not land development, but each one comes back as a project that you'll have to vote on to go ahead and proceed and award bids and go to construction.
That answers my question, because it's really going to come back with a bid. And then you're going to show us the comparison of that bid to what the current estimates,
Correct.
how the estimates evolved. Right. So that's the form it comes back in.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kershaw?
Ernie, would any of these segments qualify for any grants?
We will always keep pursuing any grants that might be out there. So if there are any type of sidewalk projects that are eligible under any of the current or coming grant programs, we'll pursue it. It's hard to say at this point whether any individual segment qualifies.
Thank you.
Other comments? So we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Commissioner Stevenson? I'm sorry.
I have my finger up, I'm sorry.
Secretary, that passes unanimously. Moving on to our second agenda item of an appointment to the Shade Tree Commission. So I'll start by making a motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners the appointment of Davis Walker to the Shade Tree Commission for a 5-year term, such term to expire in October of 2029. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Gavin. We'll first open this up to the floor for public comment. Is anyone in the room? Anyone on Zoom? No? Okay. Before we move to comments and questions from the committee, I ask that Commissioner Gavin, as the chair of the Ad Hoc Nominations Committee, for his input.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Walker for his willingness to serve and for all of our volunteers for our advisory boards. We interviewed him a couple of weeks back and just really impressed us with his knowledge, with his expertise. It's an interesting situation, is that he had applied for a role a couple of years ago on the Shade Tree Commission. There was not a space for him. And so what we do is, when we have good candidates, we don't just say, sorry, there's not a space for you now, goodbye. We say, no, we would love, really impressed with you and love for you to stay interested. And so when the role opened up now, reached back out to him, I believe Jody reached back out to him and said, are you interested in putting your name back in? And then he impressed us and was perfect for the spot we have now. So it really, and I've said this multiple times, and all of us have said this, we have amazing residents in this township who give their time, who give their expertise and their energy. And this is a perfect example, and just really want to thank Davis Walker for his willingness to serve on the Shade Tree Commission, and excited to have him on board.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Commissioner Churchill?
You, what commissioner is the head of the Shade Tree Committee, or Is there one?
Okay, no, we have many committees that don't have commissioners.
Okay.
They have staff.
Yeah, okay,
So advisory boards advise staff.
okay, thank you. I attended, the last Shade Tree Commission meeting because there was concern among some of the members, especially since we're involved in sidewalks, that they were not really brought up to speed, and I encouraged them to, we haven't had a report from the Shade Tree Commission for, I can't remember, and I think the importance of it is this. When I attended the meeting, we have been told over the past 10 years that we've lost 12% of our tree canopy. What they were saying, it's since 2022 that we've only lost about 1% of our tree canopy, which, you know, is very different. I think that it's better news, but that's the reason why I encourage them to at least make a report of what they're concerned about and, you know, good news and bad news, because we haven't heard from the commission for a while. So that's my comment. And I'll be happy to attend further Shade Tree Commission meetings if that's acceptable.
Thank you, Commissioner Churchman. President Sane?
This really isn't about the nomination, but I will reply to that. So the Shade Tree Commission, their mandate is for the trees that are in the right of way, right? That's why they're under Public Works. The Sustainability Committee is working on a canopy. We have a canopy plan. There's a whole series of initiatives having to do with trees in the township that are already underway, and that's under sustainability. And so, that's a area that I expect that, it's under active work, and I expect that we'll be hearing from about that. So just to be clear about that, I don't think we need to assign a commissioner for this. We have a arborist on staff, unlike most municipalities who takes that role. Thanks, Commissioner Woodring.
Thank you, President Sane. Any other comments or questions? All right, I'll call it to a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Madam Secretary, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
With that, that is all of the business of the Public Works Committee this evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Woodring. Our last committee, we have the board meeting later. So our second last item for the evening is the Finance Committee. I recognize its chair, Commissioner Zoff.
Thank you, President Sinai. There are 5 items on tonight's Finance Committee agenda. The first one is for us to consider awarding a contract. It's the only item tonight that's a contract award. It is for repairs and restoration to parking lot number 7 and the fence that is around that parking lot. It's in the middle of Bryn Mawr. To tell us more about it, I'll call on our Chief Financial Officer, Adam Chomsky, and congratulations on the birth of your wife's second child.
Thank you. And mine.
I should have realized that as soon as I said it. Let's roll back the tape. Congratulations on your second child.
It is past my bedtime as well now at this point because of that fact. So I'll try and be brief tonight as well. But yes, the first item on the agenda tonight is consideration of award of the contract for the Lot 7 fence repairs in the amount, to Geocorp Contracting, the sole bidder on this project. And the option A would be the wrought iron fence repair in the amount of $414,244.80. However, if we go with the repair option, we will receive a private grant to repair that fence in the amount of $255,000 from the William D. Dietrich Foundation. That would be a net township cost of almost $160,000, or roughly 6% above the staff estimate of $150,000. And I'll field any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Adam. To get us started, I'm going to move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners award of a contract for parking lot number 7 fence repairs to Geocorp Contracting as set forth in the agenda as option A, wrought iron fence repair and restoration in a total bid amount of $414,244.80 and acceptance of a $255,000 grant from the William B. Dietrich Foundation to offset the costs, resulting in a net cost to the township of $159,244.80. Do I have a second? I do, from Commissioner Stevenson. So with that, we're going to start with public comment, and we'll start with public comment in the room. Is anybody here to speak on behalf of this item?
Good evening, Board of Commissioners. My name is Hank Wilson, and I'm president of the Bryn Mawr Civic Association. The Bryn Mawr Civic Association supports the renovation of the existing wrought iron fence. It is historic, and that square is the center of our town. The comprehensive plan, which we worked so hard for all those years to create, recognizes the square's importance to the town, and the rehabilitation of the enclosing fence is an appropriate investment for this Board of Commissioners. I'm old enough to remember the original square with a bandstand and swings and Civil War cannon everywhere. I was taken there many times as a child. The square and fence is historic, and that historic nature should be respected. Finally, the Bryn Mawr Civic Association would like to thank the Dietrich Fund for their ongoing commitment to keeping Bryn Mawr historic and keeping Bryn Mawr beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kathleen Aplanop. I'm the Director of Historic Preservation at the Lower Merion Conservancy. I'm pleased to know that the Bryn Mawr Civic Association supports the restoration of this fence. The Conservancy does also. I don't know if you've had a chance to read the memo, or if a memo was actually produced about the history of this fence. But if you haven't, this fence is well over 100 years old. Originally, it enclosed a space that was owned by the Pennsylvania Railroad, and it was used as a park. It was a private park, but used by the public. Public was welcomed to it. Later, the fence bounded a playground. It wasn't until the middle of the 20th century that that space was converted into a parking lot. And all of this time, throughout the use as a park, a playground, and a parking lot, it has served a public good. You may not know that the fence was manufactured by a local company called the Wayne Iron Works, and they were based out of Wayne, Pennsylvania. At one point in time in this township, there were examples of Wayne fences all over. And once you see one, you'll know what you're looking at. Wayne had a monopoly in this area of Philadelphia. If you drive around areas of Bryn Mawr and Haverford and Marion, you'll see quite a few Wayne iron fences and gates, very ornamental, decorative, surrounding the properties or entrances of estate-like homes. But the company's work involved more than just commissioning fences and gates for wealthy clients. In Lower Merion, the fences were also ubiquitous on public properties and institutional properties. For example, Lower Merion School District had a Wayne iron fence, very much like the one that surrounds the parking lot right now. Township parks had them, civic associations had them, and so did the Pennsylvania Railroad. So if you live in the area of Bryn Mawr or Wynwood, you will still see the Wayne iron fences on those properties. And I know that because Wayne Iron Works produced some really lovely catalogs during the early 20th century, showcasing a lot of their work. And I'd say half of the images in the catalogs come from Lower Merion Township, and many of those very commissions are still extant. So I would call the Bryn Mawr fence a landmark. When we speak of landmarks in this township, we usually talk about architectural beauties and distinctive architecture like Woodmont, for example, or St. Charles Borromeo. And those are landmarks with a capital L. I think that the Wayne Iron fence, the Bryn Mawr fence, is a landmark also, but I'd say it's a landmark with a lowercase l. Its longevity has been heightened, or it has heightened the familiarity that people in all wards of the township have with it, and it has really contributed to Bryn Mawr's sense of place. Removing the fence and replacing it with an aluminum fence, which I think is the consideration at this point, would really diminish Bryn Mawr's sense of place. And I think that we all know that sense of place is something that's really, really important to Lower Merion. We might not be able to define it, but we know it when we see it. And so on a closing note, I just want to also note that this project could be viewed solely as a preservation project. The fence is unique, it's historic, it's character defining, but it's also highly functional and it's sustainable. Like most materials that were used in historic construction, wrought iron was designed for longevity. And so by its very nature, it can be repaired. The aluminum fence, when an aluminum fence is damaged, it's generally not repaired. Pieces of it, segments of it are replaced. And that is not sustainable. And finally, I think that the size of this grant, the award, which is incredibly generous, really speaks to the confidence that the Dietrich Foundation had in this project. You know, they have hundreds of candidates for grant projects every year, and they give to just a select few. And the fact that they saw this project as being worthwhile, I think is a credit to its value overall. So I recommend that the township recommends this repair rather than replacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, everyone. My name's Karen Bennett, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am the president of the Bryn Mawr Business Association. Work closely with Hank at the Civic Association. I'm also a business operator for Blank Ashkenazi Properties Commercial Retail. We built Bryn Mawr Village, and have a host of portfolio of other commercial properties. You did such a beautiful job speaking of the historic value, as did Hank. So I'm not going to harp on that because I think that I couldn't say anything better or anything more to convince you of the importance of preserving that historical fence. That said, I'm coming to you as a representative of the businesses in Bryn Mawr. I can tell you when I first heard that they were thinking, and no offense to anyone, because I know that we need to consider the economics of this project. That said, my first reaction was, ew. I think those were my exact words. Followed closely by other people, you're kidding, no way, aluminum, seriously. Coming to you as a property manager with a lot of experience, I've been in this business far longer than I care to admit, aluminum isn't the answer. I just strongly feel that way for a variety of reasons, and it's not maintenance free. There's talk about the ability to move the fence closer to the parking lot. You're putting a structure that is nowhere near, the structural integrity is not anywhere near the wrought iron fence. Putting it closer to vehicles that are parking, the damage that could incur. It's a painted aluminum fence, I think the proposal's for, which requires maintenance. Snow, salt, that wears and tears on aluminum as well. So I think if we're proactive with maintaining the refurbished fence, maybe the cost isn't so significant every 10, 20 years. But I know that all the business owners and managers that I've spoken to in the organization really feel strongly and really would like to propose the refurbishment of the wrought iron fence as opposed to the, so, thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room wish to come forward? I want to thank the members of our community who have been here for a couple hours to speak tonight on this important issue in Bryn Mawr. Jody, are there any people online who wish to comment? There are not. The Lot 7 fence hosts the Bryn Mawr Farmers Market every Saturday and Bryn Mawr Day, and it adjoins Clover Market. It's we've heard about its history. It is part of the heritage and character of Bryn Mawr, and it is beloved, and it has broad community support, as we've learned from the Bryn Mawr civic meetings, which it comes up regularly, the Bryn Mawr Business Association, and we appreciate the comments of the Lower Merion Conservancy in support. The wrought iron fence will need maintenance. The memo says every 10 years. The current fence has had maintenance infrequently, if at all, in a long time, and it's in poor condition. But we have to maintain our township assets. This has been a long process, including working with the William E. Dietrich Foundation. I want to thank the staff, Chris and his staff, and Brandon for submitting a very impressive proposal to the Dietrich Foundation for this grant. And this is a grant from a private foundation. This is not taxpayer money at any level. And so I want to thank the Dietrich Foundation. Their mission is to support historic preservation, and the cost to us is just very slightly over our budget. So I ask for your support. Anybody with comments or questions on the committee? Commissioner Grimes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Zeloff. So I agree wholeheartedly with what you said and with what those who offered public comment said. I would just add that it's important that for the township to set an example when we can. We all the time ask people with historic properties to bring revisions to the Historic Commission, to the HARB, to make changes that will help maintain the historic feel of our township. I understand that this fence is not on the historic register, but it's still historic. And I think that it's incumbent upon us to sort of put our and the Dietrich Foundation's money where our mouths are, and when we have an opportunity, and maintain our own historic properties as an example to others who we expect to do the same. So I do support this, and thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else in the committee with questions or comments? Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
I have a question. I understand why a park should have a fence, and I understand why a playground should have a fence, but is there any function to this fence now surrounding a parking lot?
I'm happy to answer that unless you'd like to, but Commissioner Kramer, the fence prevents jaywalking. The fence is a historic, has the historic character that you've heard about in the public comment.
Does it have like a functional value that benefits the community other than the historic piece? Is there a functional value to it?
I think that the fence prevents jaywalking on a busy block. The fence keeps the activities in the parking lot when it's used for other than parking, keeps everybody safer. Ernie, you want to add anything to that?
You're on your own, dude.
Okay. Commissioner Rossman?
I support this, maintain the fence. I was on the fence. First presented, but I've gone by it several times, taken my car, gone by it, and it's part of the welcome to Bryn Mawr. It's part of that structure, and it's like everybody said, historic. It's a welcoming part of Bryn Mawr. Now, it may not. I agree, it may not prevent people. There's nothing really across the street. There's a dental office. There's a Starbucks, but it is part of that the nature of the center of Bryn Mawr, and without that. Maybe we could look at it, maybe it prevents children from running across from the farmer's market, but it is part of the nature of that neighborhood. And it separates that parking lot, but it makes it does make it more attractive as you come in. So I am in support of it.
Other commissioners with questions or comments? President Simon.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. So I support this as well, and thank you for your hard work on this, and thanks to staff and as well, and thanks very much to the foundation for their willingness to contribute. And thanks to the people who commented this evening. And I agree wholeheartedly with what you said. I think Kathleen Appleton said it well. A sense of place is very hard to come by, right? And Lower Merion to me is a collection of senses of place. That's where its value comes from. Its uniqueness, its special comes from that. We just spent, I don't know, 3 hours talking about, doing a plaza in Ardmore, where the consultant spent a lot of time trying to capture the Ardmore sense of place in its design, echoing like the railroad and the kind of features that it installed, right? Here we have it already in place. We don't need to put it back. Getting rid of it, I think, is the erosion of the kinds of things that make Lower Merion a place that we all hold dear. And I, for one, feel that we should be resisting that erosion. I'm going to repeat something that Commissioner Grimes said, and I know it's late, I don't want to repeat things, but he was absolutely right, and it bears saying it twice. One of the standards I apply here is, would we ask a private owner to do it? And if we would, we should do it ourselves. If I were sitting here, I can't speak for the entire board, but I would ask a private owner to do this. I remember when the school district was doing Black Rock, and I was like, you got to save this entry stones, right? Because they're historic and they weren't designated. And I feel the same way about this. I think function includes aesthetics and placemaking. Right? We put things in because they are appealing, or they create a sense of place, or they help distinguish one section from another, right? And they create an identity. I think that's an important function here. Though I will echo that, like we really, really need to commit to maintaining this. And I hope this township does that. Anyway, thank you, Commissioner Zeloff.
Thank you. Others with questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that item carries unanimously, and I believe that will be, excuse me, Madam Secretary, there's one abstention. This item will be on the special board meeting that will occur after the committee meetings this evening. I believe that's correct, isn't it? Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And we will now move to the second agenda item for tonight. It is a resolution for state aid, State Act 205. I'm going to start this item with a motion. I'll move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of a resolution required by State Act 205 allocating pension state aid in the amount of $3,101,731.75 and setting employee contributions for 2025. Do I have a second? I do, from Vice President Kramer. Adam, would you like to tell us more?
Yes, this is an annual resolution passed by the board, as Commissioner Zella alluded to in furtherance of Act 205's obligations. Just by way of background, there's two pieces here, assigning the state aid to the two pension plans, as well as setting employee contributions in the future year. Just as a reminder, we are obligated to fund our pensions appropriately by state law. So we calculate what that obligation is going to be annually, and that's part of the budget process. The state then provides state aid for which we apply, and if we have obligations beyond that state aid, that comes from the general fund. So just to outline the impact of the 2024 state aid, the 2024 pension state aid received this month or a week ago by the state was $3,101,736.75, of which $2,341,586.75 will be deposited into the police pension fund, and the remaining $760,150 will be deposited into the employee pension fund. Total state aid comes under our total obligation by about $220,000. That difference will be funded by the general fund into the police pension plan to make its obligation whole for the year. That $220,000 obligation is a savings in the general fund compared to budget. We are anticipating just over $400,000, so a savings of about $200,000. And again, that's been pretty much because the state aid increases the last few years have been substantial compared to recent history. Okay. Almost all employees, talking now on the employee contributions, are almost all at 5%, and most of those are set via collective bargaining agreements. Okay. And I'll field any questions you may have.
Thank you, Adam. And those employees that are not covered by collective bargaining also contribute 5% to the pension plans?
Next, in 2026, that will be the case. In 2025, there's a few that will be at 4%, and those are the most tenured employees that have been moving through a scale of getting everybody to 5%.
And I think it's fair to say that the two pension plans in Lower Merion Township are well-funded and are probably among the most funded pension plans, among that group of most funded pension plans in the Commonwealth.
The State Auditor General provides data on this every other year. We report our biennial valuations to the state. The most recent data, which uses the most recent valuations of the pension systems out there with 50 million or more in total obligations, we're in the top 10% of funding.
Great, thank you.
Ratios.
Do any committee members have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, is there any member of the public in the room? I'm trying to see if there is a member of the public in the room. Jody, is there anybody online who would like to ask any questions?
No.
Okay, there is not. So the motion for this item has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that item carries unanimously. All right, moving on to the third item, excuse me, on our agenda for this evening is similar, and it's for a resolution regarding state aid, and we are choosing to designate it to the Volunteer Fire Relief Association in our township. Can you tell us more, Adam?
This is another annual allotment from the state that passes through our hands to the Township's Fire Relief Association. It also comes from a very similar pot of money at the state. And this year's allocation to Lower Merion is in the amount of $793,530.87, which we're obligated to remit to the Relief Association within 60 days. And that's about a 1.5% higher than last year's allocation.
And I did ask you, and you showed me a chart. This is the highest amount that has come in state aid for the 10 years you showed me, that comes each and every year, and that we are then we'll be transferring into the Lower Merion Firemen's Relief Association. And that is a fund that has significant assets and that has a separate board. And that is used to fund some expenses incurred by our volunteer fire service. So I'm going to make a motion that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of a resolution authorizing township staff to disperse the 2024 Commonwealth State Aid allocation in the amount of $793,530.87 to the Lower Merion Firemen's Relief Association. Do I have a second? I do, from Vice President Kramer. Okay. Do committee members have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, does anybody in the room or on Zoom have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, the motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Are there any abstentions? Are there any objections? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. Our fourth item tonight is to authorize the advertisement of public hearings on our budget and our capital improvement plan, which is something we do every year. I'm going to call on Adam to tell us more.
Not much to say other than what's in your packet. This is just the authorization for us to advertise that those public hearings, which will occur on November 20th and December 4th, following the publication of the proposed 2025 budget and 2025 CIP.
So in order to keep it moving, I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise notice that the proposed 2025 budget and the proposed 2025 to 2030 capital improvement plan are available for public inspection, and the two public hearings will be held on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024 at approximately 7:30 p.m. and on Wednesday, December 4th, 2024 at approximately 6 p.m. Do I have a second? I do, from Vice President Kramer. Do any committee members have any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. When we had our workshop in September, we said it was premature. We hadn't anticipated what our revenues were going to be. We're going to be advertising a document. Is it going to have what our expenditures and our revenues are going to be proposed?
I'll let our manager answer that question.
We haven't done that yet.
Certainly, when we prepare the budget and deliver it in the early November, then it'll be put on public display. It'll be widely available. It'll be the totals will be advertised. It will include revenues and expenses. All we're doing here is setting up the authorization so that we can let people know that we're having public hearings on given dates.
Yeah.
On that proposed budget yet to be delivered.
Okay. Thank you. And part of that is going to be tonight because we're still looking for what our expenditures.
Next and final item on the agenda for finance.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Are there any opposition, any in opposition, any
opposed?
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously, Madam Secretary. And that takes us to our fifth and final item for tonight, which is for the Finance Committee to essentially consider to have a further discussion that follows the budget workshop. We did that a month ago. And so tonight, we are going to, I'll turn the page on this. We're going to, we have Ernie's memo, which is some follow-up to the budget workshop, stating what he believes was said and also providing some additional information. So tonight we can give the staff some direction. I'm going to make a motion and ask for a vote. But it is to provide guidance to staff. It's not for a vote by the board on the finance committee, on the board agenda for October 16th, when we have our board meeting. The board will have the opportunity to amend the budget as part of the normal process. And I think we'll have another finance committee meeting in early November. We have our 2 public hearings. Once the budget is released, we'll have opportunities at public hearings as well as in the final meeting of the year when we have the budget before us for consideration. So I'll move that the Finance Committee recommended the Board of Commissioners in. I'm being interrupted.
Sorry, that's a mistake. It shouldn't say recommend to the Board of Commissioners. It should say direct staff to include.
You're giving direction.
Thank you. That's a very important change. I'm going to move that the Finance Committee direct staff to include in the 2025 proposed budget the position requests and other items listed in the Township Manager's memo dated September 26, 2024, with the exception of the Affordable Housing Plan Consultant Study requested by the Building and Planning Department. Do I have a second? I do, from Commissioner Gavrin. So I'm going to call on Adam, if you want to explain, and then Ernie, and then we'll have opportunities to discuss that and any and everything that's in Ernie's memo.
Yeah, so this is a continuation of the budget workshop from September 4th. During that time, we've, before then, the main items up for discussion during that were the various positions requested by the various departments. It didn't appear to be any majority opposition to any of those positions, but if that's not the case, we're certainly looking for guidance on that matter. But as the motion stands, it would be directing us to, the motion is to have us incorporate all those positions into the proposed budget. This October 1st is a little earlier than last year at this time, so I don't have as much to update you on in terms of insurances. We're still waiting on property and liability and health insurance. All indications suggest that our health insurance may be closer to the typical health insurance inflation numbers, but we still need to see those numbers from our provider. We did receive our workers' comp premiums. That's been the most recent update since this memo was created. Our premiums are going up about 3%, whereas basically what we projected in our preliminary numbers.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Ernie, is there anything you'd like to add?
Not really. This is our common practice every year after the budget workshop. We come to the first Finance Committee meeting in October, and we ask if you have any more input for us, because between now and the end of the month, we will actually be putting the budget to press. In other words, we'll be finishing it up, finishing the revenues, finishing the expenditures, doing all the writing that goes into the budget and getting it ready to be published in draft form to deliver to all of you and the public by early November. So this meeting is always one last check. Any further guidance for us you would like to offer?
Okay, is there any public comment in the room? I see none. Is there any public comment online? Okay, I'm going to ask everybody for their comments, but I want to explain the motion that I made. It's to, well, you heard it. The one item that I removed from Ernie's memo is an affordable housing plan consultant study. And I did so because the Affordable Housing Committee, on which I served, has not yet made a recommendation as to whether we think having a consultant is appropriate. And that committee is meeting this week, and we meet monthly. So I think we had a good discussion in the budget workshop. on all the positions. I think it's a lot of new positions, but I think they were explained and generally supported by many, if not all, on the committee. In total, they are a little bit difficult to, let me say it this way. In total, I have concerns about the number of new positions that we're proposing to add to the budget. But I think this case was made for them. So with that, do members of the Finance Committee have any questions or comments? President Sino.
So I have a question, but first I want to preempt just a couple things about process. Well, actually, a question for Adam. Adam, you know, one of the things in your memo, you mentioned, that we perhaps should review our target range for fund balance. And maybe you could just say a little more about that.
So as the memo notes, our current fund balance is a minimum of 12%, target range of 15 to 18%. I know Ernie was on a call with SP Global one of the rating agencies that provides the ratings for our and other municipal bonds. During that conversation, they noted that typically the minimum number that they look for before it starts adversely impacting the scorecard that they put together for bonds when they're issued is 15%. So that's the minimum that they kind of look at. Obviously, beyond that, it was asked what the average fund balance is. Currently, it's 41% of AAA municipalities. I imagine that none of those municipalities have a fund balance policy of 40%. They're writing a higher fund balance policy or fund balance amount than their policy like the township has in many years. Just more globally, the first area I look for on guidance on this type of topic is the Government Finance Officers Association, which typically suggests 2 months of expenditures or 16, 17% as a baseline, and then considering other factors depending on your own municipal circumstances. So that kind of guidance on the 15% when it starts to adversely impact credit scores and just the average that we saw among our peers is why that was included for possible discussion.
Thank you. So Manager McNeely, if the board's going to consider a revision to the policy of its fund balance, is there like a time frame that we should be thinking about doing it in?
Our thoughts is that staff would come back to the Finance Committee in November with some recommendations for revisions to the policy, and perhaps you consider it in November to December. We think it might even help us in the ratings process when we go to get our debt rated early in the new year, to have an updated fund balance policy at that point that we can show the rating agencies. So yeah, November, December would kind of be the time frame.
Okay. Thank you, and glad to hear that's on the agenda, that the Finance Committee will be taking it up. So the next comment, and this is just to preempt things that typically come up, which is that we still at this point are projecting a deficit for this year, so a reduction in our general fund balance for the first time in a really long time. We will need to consider the entire gamut of what we're going to do in terms of revenue for next year. At this point, we don't have the numbers in order for the board to make an informed decision on, so it's still not the meeting to do that. But like on the table will have to be anything from doing nothing to raising taxes. We need to have that discussion again. So, but that is something that we need to do at a future meeting as the numbers you'll get a little more clear. And then the last question I have is how much is the affordable housing consultant?
If I believe it's 65,000. And it was listed as the housing action plan in the write-up that Chris had provided.
Okay. I guess I will wait for to hear from my fellow commissioners about that one. Thank you.
Okay, are there committee members who have any questions or comments? Commissioner Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For your piece on the affordable housing piece, I don't see an issue for the $65,000 to stay on. with the understanding if the committee feels that we shouldn't move forward, can always be tabled.
Vice President Kramer.
I concur.
Okay,
Commissioner Stevenson's comments.
Concur as well.
okay. That, another concurrence from Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
Yes.
Okay,
Get the last member of the Affordable Housing Committee to weigh in on the issue.
but the comment I made was, the reason I did is because we haven't voted as a committee on that item. And so the reverse is it can always be added to the budget. And the budget, Ernie, can you tell us about the budget process? When do you and Adam essentially conclude your work on the budget?
Well, we conclude the work by end of October and send it to the publishers, to the printers. So sometime near the end of October, we have basically wrapped up all the numbers and the text.
Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. On the affordable housing, what is our budget? Haven't we already spent it for Ardmore House?
But you have certainly already allocated your affordable housing fund, most of that money, as well as money we have received for affordable housing via grants to Ardmore House. Yes.
And the only project that we're doing with affordable housing is our renovation projects. What do we need? What is a affordable housing agent going to tell us?
If I may, so I'm going to paraphrase the affordable housing consultant. The money for that would be used to help us analyze the data that the staff is collecting about our housing supply and to figure out the best ways for us to increase affordable housing options going forward. So in other words, to create a multi-year plan for affordable housing across multiple income segments. A comprehensive plan.
Something more than the BUD program that we're participating in.
Correct.
And, okay. The other question that I have is about our fund balance, that our current policy is 15%.
No, our current target is 15 to 18%,
Right.
but our current minimum is 12%.
It's been 12%.
It's
So
our
we've
current
never,
policy minimum has been 12% since the policy was adopted.
okay, I was not aware of that. I thought it was always 15 to 18%. So this is just bringing the policy in line with what we've been doing for many years.
And
Certainly be
Yeah.
updating that policy.
yeah, and for clarification, if the policy calls for, if we were projecting our fund balance to fall to or below 12%, the township manager would be obligated to create a plan to remediate that issue and bring us back up above the 12%. So that's also kind of the, there's a target, but that minimum creates an action if it's triggered.
Okay.
So we'd be moving that minimum that creates a requirement of a plan and for the board to execute some sort of plan.
Okay. Lastly, part of my frustration, we have many proposal to hire many new people, more than I can remember. I don't object to that. It just gets that, okay, our expenditures are going to be X and we don't even know what our revenues are going to be, and how we're going to pay for that. And that's what's going to make me uncomfortable. Just to check, to increase real estate revenues, 1% would equal $270,000. So it's about 3.5% would be $1 million. That's always been my understand.
Total real estate
Ballpark.
revenue
Ballpark.
Uh,
30.
33 million, I want to say, just about 33 million. So, yeah.
1% would be somewhere around 330,000.
Yeah, so 3%, to raise $1 million of real estate, it would be a 3% increase.
Just a 3, not a 3.5%. Okay. So we know what we may need to do. Okay. Thank
Other
you.
committee members who have not yet had any questions or comments? I think you had a question or comment.
I have a
Commissioner.
question. I
Sure.
may have comments, but
Okay.
I do have a question. Does your motion include the addition of all of the items on page 20 of the packet? Which is for the township manager's office, HR, police, building and planning, public works, and refuse, libraries, and parks and rec.
My motion only addresses what's in the memo, the 3-page memo.
This is the last page of the memo. And I wanted to make sure that all of those items are included in what your motion is.
No, the intent was to support what Ernie wrote in his 3-page memo.
Then I think there's an ambiguity that requires some clarification.
Okay.
Because the list of the additional positions and funds includes a pay increase of $1.50 an hour for part-time and seasonal employees. And I wanted to make sure that that is included in the motion, that is not somehow excluded by some ambiguous language in the memo.
So it is not included in the motion. I consider the language in the memo to be quite clear because it doesn't address that. It says normal annual wage increases are assumed for part-time seasonal positions.
Okay, so I assume that normal annual wage increases would include what's included in the detailed list that's provided on the back. And to the extent it's not, I would move that we include in that motion what's on page 20 of the packet attached to the memo on the back page, the back side of the memo, which is the $1.50 an hour increase for part-time and seasonal positions, which was requested by Donna Heller.
A motion has been made. Well, I see a second from Vice President Kramer. So we will, it's a motion to amend the motion I made, so we'll consider that. Is there anybody who wishes to comment on that motion? Commissioner Gavin?
Actually, a question for Donna. I see you back there. So it was just stated that this was made at your recommendation. I know we've talked about this, and I believe we talked about it last meeting. Did you recommend this because you believe that's necessary to attract part-time and seasonal workers?
I made the recommendation multifold. I've heard that we're trying to hit the $15 mark from the commissioners over many years. So we were finally landing there. Also, the market's in that ballpark, right around $15 an hour.
Had the commissioners not asked you to get to $15 an hour, would you have recommended that?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, the market's right around there. 15 is right around average of where we are against other municipalities in those positions. I would probably have taken little smaller steps to get there.
Okay. I mean, I think if it's needed, absolutely. I think we're adding a lot of positions here. We are adding and growing a lot of positions. We have $550,000 of new personnel costs across the board, not just within Parks and Rec. You know, and where they're needed, fine, where it makes the township better, where it helps us attract employees, where we can attract employees, absolutely. Where it hits the market, where the market is, fine. To do something just because we want to say and pat ourselves on the back and say we have a $15 minimum, everyone who works for this township is making $15 an hour is, in my mind, the worst reason to do something, right? If it's needed, if it's appropriate, if it's where we should be, fine. I guess the question is it needed and appropriate and where we should be, or is this, you know?
We don't have a trouble recruiting staff, but it is about the average of where people are paying across municipalities.
Okay. So if it's not something that's necessary where we are in the priorities, I wouldn't support it, but thank you for the response, so.
President Sinai?
Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff. And after we're done with this motion, I have another one to make, but but let's get through this one first. So first off, I think it's critically important that we empower Donna to pay what is needed. You know, in whatever number that is. And I think we're doing a budgeting exercise, not a policy exercise. And in our budgeting exercise, you know, in previous years, we were like, okay, the most you could pay is this number. And I would worry that that's, you know, sort of constrains you. And I just want to make sure, you know, that we're empowering her to go and pay what is needed in the market. And I have no doubt that, you know, if someone is choosing being you know, working at, you know, a fast food restaurant for more than $15 an hour versus, you know, being a lifeguard, we want to attract that person. This is the wage that we have to pay. I don't feel any great need at this hour to split hairs over it. You know, I think this is just, I don't feel like we as a board should be saying, you know, there's some number that you should pay, but I don't think it matters here. I think we're in excess of this to get the people we want, and I would support empowering Donna to pay what is, you know, to budget in our budget to pay what is necessary to get these employees. Anyway, thank you, Commissioner Zoll.
Commissioner Epstein,
The only thing I was gonna say tonight, it's gonna be the shortest thing ever, was for Don.
could you speak up a little bit?
I've tried, it's very late. Donna,
Oh, this ain't late.
it's not good at this point. Do you feel like, I agree with what they're saying, but do you feel like the $15 would be appropriate pay? Like, I trust you to say what's appropriate.
Yes.
Yeah, cool, I'm good.
Commissioner Braun?
I'll just say quickly, I mean, given the other responses, I mean, I support this as well. I mean, look, we don't know where salaries are going to be next, you know, where you do a lot of this hiring next spring, wherever. Donna has said to us, she hasn't had a problem with hiring. My recollection is in other years, you have had a challenge in hiring, and she's nodding. So I agree that this isn't this with this amendment. I think it's something we ought to do. So thank you.
Other committee members? Commissioner Rossman?
I echo the other words of the other commissioners, and I would support this.
Commissioner Woodring?
So I just want to also echo my support for this. I mean, if it means more competitiveness for these positions, I see no objection to that. My only concern is, so I did read the memo and the chart, and I'm having a hard time reconciling the two, because it states here on the chart that we're asking to bring the wage increase to all part-time staff. Is that staff just Parks and Rec staff, or does that apply to part-time staff in other departments?
All the other departments already pay a higher wage rate than $15 an hour. It's only some of these part-time summer positions that at this point are below $15 an hour. And had we followed a normal process, whatever the board awarded for next year for non-union personnel, then I would have authorized the part-time staff get that 3.5% increase, and that would have been added on to those part-timers. And then, of course, if Donna had some particular problems with filling a position, she could come to me and I could authorize an adjustment there. But this would set the floor as to those sort of summer part-time help.
But there's no, obviously going to be fair across the board. There's no library staff part-time that's less.
The increases over the last several years have pushed the part-time library staff above $15 an hour. Our part-time trash collectors have been for a long time now because we needed to, been well above $15 an hour.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other committee members? So I'm going to follow up with, on Ernie's comment. This proposal undermines our manager, undermines the management of this township. We are the governing body. We don't set wages. We don't set minimums. We never have. We rely on the management team with the aid of a consultant to set salary ranges and negotiated wages through our 2 labor contracts, and for those who are not covered by the labor contracts. We've discussed the concept of a minimum at least 4 times over the last 3 years, and each time we have said no. It's not our job. It's not needed. Donna said that at the budget workshop. She just repeated it. She didn't have difficulty hiring any part-time seasonal workers for our pools for the summer of 2024. This opens the door to future minimums. It's arbitrary, and it's not what we should be doing. With that, there's been a motion made and seconded. Mr. Kramer, I mean, it is late. We've had this debate many times. Is there something important that you'd like to add?
Yes, because I didn't have an opportunity to speak on this. And I just wanted to say that Donna made a reasonable recommendation, the kind of recommendation that we have routinely approved. And the only reason that there was any issue about what management was going to do is because of, quote, substantial opposition, unquote, to this request. And the substantial opposition was your opposition and the opposition of one other commissioner. So I think that this isn't an issue about setting a policy of a minimum wage or anything like that. That's not what this is. This is an issue of not cutting a reasonable request from a department head. And this is the type of request that we routinely approve for different positions. And I just urge everybody to support Donna's initial request.
Commissioner Kramer, if there was enough ambiguity that it was included in the manager's memo and he reached a different conclusion. So I think we've debated this many, many times. So the motion's been made by Commissioner Gilda Kramer and seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, Madam Secretary, to the motion of guidance that I made, it's been amended. All right. Are there any other items that any commissioners would like to discuss with regard to the manager's memo? President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Zella. So I just want to make a motion that we amend the direction to the manager to include the affordable housing consultant in what they prepare.
Motion's been made. Is there a second by Vice President Kramer? There is. Okay. Any questions or comments on this motion? Vice President Kramer.
Just make the comment that I know it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but I think it's just as, we're more likely to, if we decide that we want to keep it, that just think it's better, it's easier to take it out than it is later. if we need to take it out than it is to put it back in terms of the staff's needing guidance. So that's why I would support this, this amendment. Right, I'm not making.
Any others with questions or comments on this item? I'll say that we did not reach a conclusion, and I think as a committee, we don't have a recommendation yet. And Commissioner Churchill asked the question that I will ask when we meet on Thursday. What are we going to get in the way of recommendations that is different than that could be told to us by our staff and any other housing plan that has been prepared by consultants anywhere? The answers are the same. And so I don't see the need for this. But we'll have a vote and see what others think. Commissioner Churchill.
What is our budget in our affordable housing program?
I think you're asking what is our fund balance?
Yes.
After we withdraw $750,000 for affordable, for Ardmore House, I don't know if I have that number. I don't know if, Brandon, you have that number?
Yeah, Commissioners, about a little under $1 million in the Affordable Housing Fund once we withdraw about 700,000 for the Ardmore House project.
Yeah, I thought we only had $1 million, so we've had about 1.7. So this consultant would recommend how we should spend our $1 million.
I'm not sure that's the case.
Well, what
So
is the
maybe,
case?
Maybe our manager, maybe
What is the
Chris
case?
can provide some further information on this, but beyond what you said at the workshop.
And I'm sorry, this is regarding the affordable housing study.
Consultant.
So the ad hoc committee has been looking at, is there a need for affordable housing? One of the things there needs to be some work done to really determine what populations are vulnerable, where affordable housing, is it a senior issue? Is it a young family issue? Is it geographic to one part of the township to another? Staff can do some of that. Staff can do a lot of that analysis, but then you come up with strategies. How do you apply those individual need populations with individual strategies? Not the same strategy doesn't work the same way in each community. Some could be a zoning change. Some could be a programmatic change like we're seeing in Ardmore now with investing in senior housing, but some could be ADUs. Some could be some of these other ideas that could come out of this. It's a big project. There's a lot of work that goes into it. There's a lot of analysis. Staff can add a lot of value to this, but it's a lot for us to take on all at once. I don't think with our workload and what's going on, and even just with some of our levels of skills that we could pull the whole thing off on our own. I really appreciate Commissioner Zeloff's faith in us to be able to do it. I just don't think that, I don't think we could do it in the time and to the quality that the committee's is seeking to do to meet that schedule. And oftentimes this isn't unusual. I mean, every year in a building and planning budget, there are consultants that we bring out, much like we brought in a landscape architect today to help us with Schauffele Plaza. The reason we bring them in is to help us with those, to supplement what we do. We add the value, and this is certainly something that could be much more expensive in other communities that didn't have staff to support it. We're really hoping to do a lot of the back-end analysis, and that's why that request for GIS is so important. We have GIS people, but some of those other things, we just need that assistance to really make this the quality plan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions or comments on the motion made by President Sinai? Commissioner Woodring.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of stress my support for this amendment, just because it seems like there's I don't want to say a knowledge gap, in offense to anybody, but there's clearly a knowledge gap on what the term affordable housing means. I think a lot of the times when we think of affordable housing, we think of subsidized housing, small units, low incomes, but this is kind of like a fruit basket, if you will, of many avenues we could take on the subject. And it's not just subsidized housing, it's obtainable housing, it's the accessory dwelling units that were just discussed. Like there's, we want the a la carte menu is essentially what I'm getting at, rather than just kind of like the stereotypical, attitude that comes with affordable housing. And I speak to this not from personal experience, but with consultants and friends who have worked on affordable housing projects before. I imagine the consultant can also weigh in on other measures we could take to help incentivize things like building performance, and there's a lot to gain from that consultant. And I just would strongly urge that we consider adding that in. So thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay, a motion's been made by President Sinai about adding affordable housing plan and a consultant for that back to the motion I made. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Okay. One opposition and one abstention. Any other comments or questions on anything that was in the memo or on anything else with regard to the budget? I will answer my own question. Chris, I was going to include it in my motion, but I didn't, so I'm going to ask you now. Why can't your staff prepare an Ardmore streetscape plan? We have no land development to speak of. You have a significant staff. We have done streetscape plans in the township. We know more than a lot of municipalities about streetscape. We do need a streetscape plan for Ardmore. Let me start with that. I agree that we need one. The master plan recommended it, but why do we need to hire a consultant, tell them all about Ardmore, spend a lot of staff time on that to get recommendations that you can probably predict before he or she presents their report?
Once again, Commissioner Zoff, I really appreciate the confidence you have in the building and planning staff. And so certainly staff plans on adding a lot of value to this project, but there's a little bit more to it. And I think you heard that tonight. There is certainly a need from the, a desire from the community. They've identified that the streetscape is really in a certain condition. It needs to be analyzed. But one of the key elements is also tying all these pieces together. We're seeing a new train station coming online, Schauffele Plaza potentially coming online, the Piazza project coming online. We've heard about, there's a parking garage, but nobody knows where it is. That wayfinding signage is part of this. That intelligence of just being able to connect all of the dots is really part of it. It's not like what we did 20 years ago where you're just specifying bricks and the level of curbing and what trees go where. That all certainly part of it, but adding this to really tie Ardmore together in the growth of the last 20 years is a whole nother level. And we'd like to have some of that specificity in this as well. We also don't have the expertise on preserving some of the trees that are there, and whatever we do, we want to make sure, and that was something that's just come up all over the place. Ardmore is very lucky that we actually have a mature streetscape, right? For this, the condition of the sidewalk, those trees are actually in really good shape and they're pretty big. We want to make sure whatever we do, those trees stay and we can enhance them. And I'm not sure we have that skill on staff. So I think we need to be able to do, we're going to need some outside assistance to do this, but whatever we do is going to have a public component to it. That's going to fall on staff. And I think you saw tonight with the Ardmore master plan, we added value to that by adding a lot more of that public component, making some of those meetings. So I think we just need some help to really pull this off.
Haven't we, hasn't staff used our arborist, which was pointed out this evening? We're one of the few municipalities that has an arborist on staff to make recommendations on species for street trees that have a long life, and further provided some information as to how to properly plant street trees and other trees so that they have a long life. And that was done by our staff.
We have an excellent arborist, and we certainly would be consulting with him. But this is there's a lot of scope to this. This is the Ardmore Business District is, I think, bigger than we think, and there's a lot of detail in this. There's ADA crosswalks and curb cuts for people to be able to walk through. This deals with the pedestrian environment. It deals with the trees. It deals with the interface of private property owners and some streetscape improvements. It deals with the planners. There's just a lot there. We could probably do it, but it could be 5 to 7 years. And I think that's something that we're looking to build and tie this together. And also a consultant who does this every day is going to see things that we don't. Like I said, we'll bring a lot of value to it, but I think to really get this to the expectations and on the timing the board is expecting, we need that assistance.
So at the budget workshop, we did not have benefit of an explanation of the 3 consultants that you have recommended, although President Sinai did ask some a line of questions about the GIS implementation study that I thought was very illuminating as to what you had in mind for that. I remain unpersuaded on the other two, but we have more to go in our budget process. Do other committee members have any questions or comments on anything else about the budget that was included in Ernie's memo that's in our packet for this evening? Seeing none, Ernie and Adam, do you have any questions about direction?
Not at this time.
Okay. With that, President Sinai, the Finance Committee's work for this evening is concluded.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Zolov. We are not done. We have a special Board of Commissioners meeting next. So will the October 1st, 2024 special meeting, the Board of Commissioners of the Township of Lower Merion, please come to order. And everyone is already rising to the pledge of allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Bernhardt, Mr. Courtney, and Mr. Whalen have asked to be excused. Mr. Churchill.
Here.
Ms. Epstein. Mr. Gavin. Mr. Grimes. Ms. S. Kramer.
Here.
Ms. G. Kramer. Dr. Rossman. Here. Mr. Stevenson.
Present.
Mr. Woodring.
Here.
Mr. Zello.
Here.
Mr. Sinai.
Here.
Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Jody. We're going to start with public comment. It's going to be quick. This is a section of the meeting where members of the public may address the board on any agenda items, which is a contract award for Lot 7 fence. Is there anyone in the room? Jody, is there anyone online?
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on. So I move that we approve award of a contract for parking lot number 7 fence repairs to Geocor Contracting as set forth in the agenda as option A, wrought iron fence repair in a total bid amount of $414,244.80. And also an acceptance of a $255,000 grant from the William B. Dietrich Foundation to offset the costs, resulting in a net cost to the township of $159,244.80. Do I have a second? Thank you, Vice President Kramer. Any questions or discussion on this matter? Seeing none, I guess we just raise our hand to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, Madam Secretary, I believe that carries unanimously. And that is it for this evening, and this meeting is hereby adjourned.